There we go. That work? It fixed, but at what cost? I just hit a button twice. The cost was nothing. Yeah. No, but someone was talking about like a memory leak, and I feel like that is a plausible thing considering like Customs is not like a difficult map to run, you know? I forgot this rifle fucking sucks. Oh, fuck. I didn't even look up there. God damn it. Wait. You said you want to die every time you see an Amazon Music ad. I turned ads off on this stream. Why are ads on there? They shouldn't be on here, man. Oh, look at this guy. His name is Timerka SSSR. Oh. Oh, I took ads off. Okay, you haven't seen any ads. Oh, Twitch puts their own. Okay. Their pre-rolls. I can't completely turn ads off. You can just lower the chance. Fucking hell. Has that company even like turned a profit yet? Has Twitch? Or are they like a profitable company? I know a lot of these like what are they called? The tech companies, a lot of them, especially like social media, they just don't have any profits for some reason. I guess like how do you get profit out of Twitter though? There's literally no way to get profit. Did I get out with like a chest piece somewhere? Like a chest rig? Oh god. Running in with my last like actual set of gear. Ushanka. Wait, actually, don't you need that for like a quest? I'll just put like a regular hat on. Okay. Bring this out. Alright, what do you think the chances are of me living? I think it's pretty fucking slim. I've been having a rough one. You know what I should do is I should just hit a map I know. I know maps. Although I do know, let's see, 17 o'clock on reserve? Yeah. Oh, Weldnard said, I was scavenging with you on streets. I killed that PMC that got you.
I had this, but you nice. So keep taking the shekels.
Good job. Oh, no. Dude, you have no idea how much of like Twitch's, like a Twitch streamer's average income is just based off of people that forget that they have like auto pay on their subs. I think I've been subscribed to like Aqua for years because I forget to like disable it. Like he doesn't need my fucking money, you know? It's like he doesn't give a shit. You know, like I should fucking disable that.
I don't want to see no Chad plays. I want to see some well thought out and devious rat shit.
Maine does a Moxie festival every year? Really? This it's pretty good, dude. This would be some shit that Maine drinks, so this is like I feel like Maine's like the place for, I don't know, like I can't even describe the, you know how like Colorado is just full of Subaru people? Like, I feel like Maine needs something like that, where it's like, oh, we're different. We have our own. And so I guess their version of that is like, we don't drink Coke here. We got Moxie. We're Moxie peeps up here. Yeah. Lettuce has a Subaru. He loves it. He says, well, I moved to Colorado and I have to have one or else I get made fun of. Oh, you have a Tacoma? That ain't American made. What the fuck? You a Tacoma boy? In the heart of America, driving that import. What's wrong with you? Where's your goddamn love for this nation? Where's your goddamn sense of patriotism? Oh. What the hell? Oh, Tacomas are made in the U.S.? Never mind. Good job, Lettuce. Amen to that, brother. Hell yeah. Yeah, I drive a Honda Civic. I drive like a regular ass fucking Honda Civic. I was like, what's the cheapest car I can get off this lot? I would love to be able to buy a car without having to suck the goddamn guy's dick that sells it to you, without having to talk to him for an hour and a half, without any of that stuff. Like, you don't haggle prices on like candy bars and shit. Like, there should be a retail price for a car. Dealership gets a markup, just like retail. And then I just buy it. What the hell am I listening to? Yeah. But they make it so difficult. Yeah, Carvana. I want Carvana. Do they like deliver it to your house if you do Carvana? Like, what's the flow chart like? I'm gonna have this on single shot. No, I'm gonna. All right, I've been slowly decreasing quality of stream and of game as we've run into more and more performance issues. Let me know what it's looking like, what it's feeling like, what it's smelling like. If you guys are vibing with it, if you guys are not vibing with it, let me know. Comment below. It's a little fuzzy. Yeah, I know that. I turned down quality quite a bit. I was tired of seeing your complaints. I said, you guys are pissing me off. I'm going to make this the worst quality stream you've ever seen. Uh-oh. You hear that? There's definitely a guy getting shot over here. You hear him? What the heck? I just got a drop. Thanks, Sam. You're welcome. What is it? What'd you get? Don't keep me on the edge of my fucking seat. What'd you get, dude? Oh, wait, what are you saying? Oh. You got the Quest shotgun. Got bubble gum. A TT Brunner. Oh, these suck. Yeah, you got some bad drops, dude. I'm sorry. An MP5? Jesus Christ. Wait, so they're legendary drops? Is that what you said you're getting? Legendary drops? There's like, I don't know how the drop system works anymore because I missed the good old days when they were like, here's a goddamn key, a Kiba key. Here's a whatever, what have you. And they would give you like ridiculous stuff. Now I feel like none of that's around. Common drops right now, okay. The drops are the equivalent of like Amazon garbage sales. 2 packs of sugar twice in a row. I feel like Battlestate has figured out, they're like, what's the bare minimum these people will fucking watch this stream for? Like, what's the bare minimum we have to give them? Which is especially funny considering like these are digital items. They cost nothing to give out. Like it changes them none at all if you like give out, you know, a couple light bulbs and stuff. Oh, you got a key holder, like a key bar? That's actually badass. That's a badass drop. 3 flashbangs. That's not good. Huh. I'm actually... This guy got his account unsuspended on Twitter finally. I'm actually glad mine never got unsuspended. Because I went back and like looked at my suspended account, my old Twitter account. And dude, I was fucking out of pocket so often. I was saying some vile shit on the daily. And honestly, like there's a limit that like even I can get away with before I get in trouble. Okay? And that account reached that limit. Actually, it didn't because I got in trouble and I got banned. But some of that stuff really skipped. Ooh, key. Come on. Good key? No, it's a dog shit key. Wait, do I need that? 214? No, I don't need that. Do I need that? The Oblivion videos aged so poorly? Those were great. I don't give a fuck, dude. Those are still awesome. I love those videos. Yeah, those videos rock. The Sheckelstein videos, they still hit. I don't give a fuck. I think they're good. Like a lot of the ones that like I'm you know, punished by society for, I'm still happy with. Duck! Duck! Jesus Christ. That's the only way out of that window? You can't do the run, jump, scoot, or did I just fail it? I'm not going in there. I need Salewas. Anybody in here? Ah! You're supposed to answer, dude. You didn't answer. I wouldn't have shot you. Anybody else in here? Anybody want to declare it? Oh, fuck! God damn it. He did not sound like he was that close. Jesus Christ. I thought he was upstairs. Am I crazy or... Like, I know I can't, like, hear well, but come on. He did not sound like he was, like, right around the corner. It sounded like he was at least 15 feet away. I thought he was upstairs, and then he went, you know, when you're on the switchback on the landing on the staircase, I thought he had, like, gone a little bit outside on those connexes. Thought he was, like, there, you know, like, outside a little bit and above. Guy's fucking like 4 feet away from me. Yeah. This is good. All right. When I make a complaint about the game and people go to like, Sam, no, Sam. It's okay. It's the game. That's how I know that I'm getting better. maybe I'm not getting better. No, I do like it when you guys immediately don't jump on the Sam. It's just because you're fucking old and retarded. That's usually what you guys say. That's usually the vibe I get. But for you guys to just go like, Sam, don't beat yourself up. It's the audio. The audio is the problem. That beard hair is starting to fill in nicely. Oh, is it time for a shave again? I don't like shave because it's annoying to put like this stuff on. So I got like a ball trimmer. You know, Manscaped. They sent me like a ball trimmer, and I just do my face with it. They say don't do that, but I do it anyways. Oh, sweet. Thank you. Place them right here. I got a belated, hey, have you started that pizza? Nice. My in-laws dropped off my Christmas present that finally came in. Pretty big. It's a, oh wait, you guys can't see it because of the... It's handsome Squidward doing his fall, his majestic, sexy fall in figure form. If I'm going to have Hot Toys, I don't want like perfect recreations of stuff or like, I just want like little dumb things like Squidward doing his sexy fall. Yeah. And that was like $12 or something like that. It was like super cheap. Yeah, and he's got a sexy little plastic rod going right up his asshole. God, my success rate on this map has been ass. Oh, wait a second. You can take... Hold on. Developments. You can take the rod out, and then he has between his legs an orifice of sorts. Nice. I like how he bashes his face and gets fucking yoked, dude. Look at his back muscles and everything. It's huge. Oh, put that back in there. Uh-oh, I might have broken it by doing that. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, so you guys have officially disappointed me. Toy Story being the number one here. I'm going to close this poll. Here, I'll just let you guys decide what's going to happen this round. Fake votes. They're wrong, whatever they are. Because the fifth option is I kill everyone. And I get out. And you know that's a possibility. I don't mean 2 or 3 people. I mean everyone. There's even an old babushka that's trying to get her insulin. She's just caught in the crossfire. Mow her down too. She could have an IED. I don't know. Okay, let me tell you something. One of the lowest things in here, yeah, the lowest thing is the number 4, which is the I Survive category. The percentage of the votes that it has been made up of the I Survive category, 17% of you guys think I'm going to live. That 17% is higher than my actual survival rating. My actual survival rating is like 11%. Maybe even lower. I think it's 11%. No, my survival rate was my highest. My survival rate's ever been has been like high 60s, and it maintained that for a long time. Because the update where Reserve came out, I spent that entire wipe playing Reserve, and I knew it like the back of my hand. And then when it wiped again, I was just like, I know what I'm doing. I'm doing Reserve. Here are the keys I want, and I just had like a route that I just did repeatedly. I didn't go to customs. I didn't go to woods. I didn't do any of those maps where I'm kind of like out of my element. I just lived in my little hut on Reserve, did my little thing, camped my little exits. But this time, this wipe, I'm trying to learn streets. Never fucking played this map in my life. Spent half the time looking for exits. You know, I can't even find exits half the time. So, yeah, my survival rate's shit because I can't get out half the time. Yeah, I'm going to take the grenade extract. I'm assuming you mean like the trench guy exit where you fucking hold a grenade to my chest. No, Streets isn't that hard. It's just like I was playing like day one. Nobody knew the exits at all. We were just kind of like wandering around. You can farm marked room in Streets. No need for key. Go check landmark last video. Oh. I have not watched that. Ex-con and former U.S. Marine. I took my fighting skills home with me and used them to strong arm a Brinks security truck. Wait, hold on. I didn't get to read all of it. Security truck outside of a local credit union. I also play video games. Well, nice to meet you. Thank you for your service. And not only fighting terrorism around the world, but fighting our financial institutions. How very noble of you. Guy's a badass. That's what I would do, I think, if I got into the military, I'd come back, make a gang out of ex-military people. That'd be badass. Win every gunfight on the street, for sure. Wait, I'm not ex-military? No, do I look like a fucking guy that would sign up for like 2 years of sucking dick and getting told what to do? No, I'm not voluntarily for $25,000 a year. Are you kidding me? I'd rather work in a goddamn call center for $25,000 a year. I'm not doing that shit. That's the worst goddamn job I've ever heard. The only silver lining to it is you get your dick sucked on by like redneck America. Like they have a lot of respect for armed forces. That's about like the only plus side. Is the world's rednecks would be like, oh hell yeah, you like ex-military? My hero. Oh yeah, you do get a pension. I forgot about that. Is it? Oh, and you get access to cutting edge VA technology at the hospital where they take care of every little problem you have. Now, I remember Bizzle, like, I was in a call with Bizzle, and he's like, I just found this really weird mole on my thigh, and it's changing shape rapidly. Like, he's like, this thing was not this big, like, that long ago. And so he was trying to get a hold of, like, someone to do a biopsy, right? This is dangerous loot right here. And the VA kept, like, putting him off. And it took him like a year to get someone to do a biopsy on it. I'm like, I'm pretty sure that My grandma had something called Merkel cell, which started off as like a mole. They biopsied it and they were like, we need to cut your leg off because this thing has like, it'll kill you in like 6 months to a year. And I was just thinking like, what if it's that? What if it's like that really rare, weird thing? Skin cancer on Bizzle and the VA hospital is just waiting for him to die. I would lose my dungeon master. That would be a huge hit to me. Financially and emotionally. Yeah, they're trying to wait you out. They're like, oh, you're hemorrhaging blood? Take a seat in the lobby. Sit down. Think about it for a while. Well, doctor will be right with you, I promise. Now, the only instance I can think of where I would try to think like an alternate life of mine where I live a different way and my life pans out differently. The only way I can see myself joining up in the military is if I was like, let's say you're born in like out in the middle of Arkansas. You know, you're out in the middle of fucking nowhere. And there's not many instances for you to be able to leave your hometown successfully. Those are the instances where I would see, like, I'm just going to join the Air Force and get the fuck out of here. I want to see the world on somebody else's dime. Hello? Hello? Bing. Bing. Bing! He's AI. I knew he was AI the second I saw him, but definitely AI. Now I know he's not a guy pretending to be. Oh, yeah. Forgot about that. He has a Taz. Do I even have that quest? I don't have any tasks. I have no active tasks. We need to hang out until you drop your Taz. I need that for a quest. Is that cool with you? He seems to indicate that this is a yes. Oh yeah, scav runs don't show me tasks because I'm a scav. I don't have any tasks. Yeah. My task is survive. Forgot about that. I have seen plenty of videos and security footage where someone loots a cash register from the other side of a... Oh, damn. There's no need for me to get back here. Hey. Hello. Is he getting hit? Ah! I was hoping that would scare him. It did nothing. That didn't scare you? I didn't give you a frighten? No, not at all. Fuck off. God damn it. What about that, bitch? You scared now? All right. Look what you made me do. Now the whole world's coming after me. God damn it. Fuck. Yeah, I scared him all the way back to the menu, boys. Yeah. Got that guy fucking freaked out. I'm going to have to shoot my way out of this. Don't shoot! Oh, that's all right. Yeah, Finch is going to be pretty upset here. Dude. I'm just saying, if someone like runs up behind you and screams at you, I would expect them to at least like do like a something like that. Come on. I'm sorry, Mr. Sviatoslav Snailer. I fucked him up though. I got him good. Yeah, Vince. He didn't get shocked when I wanted him to. Oh, is Santa on this wipe? Or yeah, I guess it's like Christmas event still, isn't it? Okay. What the fuck is Moxie? Moxie's a damn good beverage. The beverage of Maine. They also eat ocean roaches. They love that shit up there. I went to Maine for like an anniversary trip. We had so much lobster. I don't think I'm ever going to eat lobster ever again. Just seeing how much that, and they're so gross the way you eat them. You just get them and you fucking crack in there. You see their nasty little bug like juices flying everywhere. It's fucking gross. It's just a gross piece of meat that you pay way too much for. I was eating that shit up for like a week and I'm like, I'm fucking done with this. Like, I don't want to ever have to eat another goddamn lobster in my life. Lobster rolls are good. You know what's weird is they're often served cold. I feel like a lobster roll seems like something that would be warm. Not only that, but the whole state is dreary and cold 24/7. Why not make it warm? I had more cold lobster rolls and I'd be like, what the hell's this? And they'd be like, we serve it cold here. Got a microwave or something? It's not going to ruin this fucking dog shit meat. Just put this bitch in the fucking microwave. God. Yeah, lobster cold is fucking whack. But I had some of the best, like, clam chowder I have ever had in my life while I was there. Should I do it, guys? Should I bring out the AUG? Never used this thing before. Have I ever had microwave steak? Oh, yes, I have. Oh, wait, I don't have any armor to go with it. If I'm going to be doing that... Oh, wait, I do have this one piece. But if I'm going now... You know what I should do? I should do a cheapo, I'm poor as hell run. I should once again bring some of you guys. Because it seems to help out. You guys were asking about my survival rate, by the way. It is now up to 13%. We're going in the positive. I'm going to bring just something small and quick. Hold on. Let's see. What should I bring? I'm just going to bring an AK. Just a regular ass AK. I don't even have like a way to carry mags. Okay, I'm not bringing an AK. I'm going to bring this SKS. I'm going to bring a pocket full of ammo. You know what I could really go for? I could go for a what are those things called? A fucking Mosin. Wait, Tarkov has an update? Yeah, update on the launcher? Okay, I'll update. I will grab update, and then I will go out. I can't buy level... What the hell? I can't buy PS rounds from anybody? Crapper doesn't sell PS? I have to unlock that shit? The butt. Should I start doing, like, tasks? Should I actually just fucking figure these out? What is a storage? Oh, I need Salewas. Okay. I could have swore I had like a couple stacks of ammo around here somewhere. Scanning. PS rounds. Scanning. Any more? Scanning. Nope. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm going to restart. quick. Yeah, I got the ammo case. I opened it. There was nothing in it. I opened it earlier. Dude, if you guys are going to call me on shit, at least be shit that's right. Okay? I opened the ammo case. I'm fine with you guys backseat gaming and griping and whining and, as the British say, whinging. You whinge at me. Completely justified. Do it. But be fucking right about it. Don't come at me with false whinges. I'm gonna fucking beat you up. No, not the AUG. I'm not talking about the AUG. I'm talking about the fucking ammo case. Everybody's like, check the ammo case. Check the ammo case for ammo. There's none in here for my gun. There we go. A hat and a... By the way, I did not get an update. I forgot to mention that. I just turned it off, turned it back on. No update. On. Let me try that again. Do I need to check for them? Check for updates? Searching. Oh, there is. Uh-oh. Download that. I'm just moving me legs while I'm downloading the patch. Just getting some leg movement. I think my... Okay, you know what? You guys bitch about this while this is downloading and I'm turning back on. I'm going to go get rid of my facial hair. Sam, show balls for 20 gifted subs. Nah. I'm good. Where was it that Ludwig showed his nuts? It wasn't on stream, was it? You can't show your nuts on stream, can you?
Reserve rat time when?
Hold on. Unpacking game files. Oh, it was the Cold Ones podcast. Okay. They have a great set for their podcast. That's a great show. Yeah. You need Kenshi vid soon? Yeah, dude. I honestly, I love playing Kenshi and I love like making the videos for it, but I feel like I have to just unplug from everything else while I'm playing it. Like it's such a concentrate and just it's almost like work having to manage someone on Kenshi. All right, here we go. All right, it worked. It worked. When we get into loading, I'm going to go up there and I'm going to be like, why the fuck is there no pizza in my goddamn hands? I need pizza.
Alice_the_coffee_addict cheered. X1000.
Oh, 1,000 bits? That's like $3. No, how much is that? Is that like $100? Is that like $10? How much is 1,000 bits? Whoa! Regardless, anyways, thank you. It's $10? Wow! Thank you. Stayed for the... Came for the gameplay, stayed for the booba. Hey, Lettuce. Meet me at Streets. All right? $9.50. Insure your boonie hat if you have one. Boom. There he is. And we're also going to get average bust enjoyer. Are there people like that are just like literally average bust enjoyers that are just like, ooh, I don't like little itty bitty ones. A cups are not my thing. B cups are not my thing. D is too much. I just like a middling breast. A C cup is fine. That's what I like. Is there anybody that? Because I feel like dudes are like on extremes. They either like those little speedy girls with little tiny ones, or they like giant Gohanga bongas.
Pete Rock Shuey cheered. X1500.
Dude, this average guy, average bust enjoyer, he's not here. Anybody else got a name? Tree enjoyer. 69.
Meals TV cheered. X500. Have you been listening to the Adam Friedland show? I think it's still very good, but I miss Stav. Just got to see him live here in Vermont the other week though, and he was a blast live.
Yeah, you know what? I love the Adam Friedland show. I haven't really watched much of it. I've just watched like some clips here and there. But those guys are geniuses. And
you too.
I'm not one of those people that like as soon as Stav left, there were so many people just either attacking him or like jumping into his defense and shitting on the Adam Friedland show. They're both like, who fucking cares? I like Stav and I like the Adam Friedland show. I want Stav to be successful and happy. And I want Adam Friedland and Nick. I want them to be happy, and they seem to be doing fine. They all seem to be doing fine. I guess the criticism was that Stav left in order to pursue stand-up when it's like you could just like phone in your job. You know, he was essentially like a laugh track for the podcast, so there was no real reason for him to leave. I guess he just didn't want to do it anymore, which if your heart's not in it, just don't do it, I guess. Cringe take, fucking Finn-Sitter. No, I like all of them. I like those guys. Those guys are cool. I love Adam too. Adam's great. He was the quiet bitch one that everybody wishes would just go away.
Take my succulent prime sub, you dirty animal.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the prime sub. Oh yeah, I was supposed to do something. I was supposed to go upstairs and fucking. Oh, there's another one. Look, another one. Apparently 2 handsome Squidwards. This one's in a different formation. Okay. After this, you guys have got to see what someone brought in or sent into the UPS thing. Mailbox. I'm back. I'm sorry. I should have played music or something when I left.
X500. Notice me, senpai.
Oh, hey, Battle State. What's up? Am I live on here? Fuck, don't say anything controversial. Fuck. Okay. I won't. I'll keep it above board. Hey, what's up, guys?
What up?
You guys have anything to say to Battle State Games? Apparently they're watching.
Probably shouldn't have AFK Twitch streamers. I don't know, I'm just saying.
Great work. Great.
You keeping it really monosyllabic so they...
Quick, talk about politics. Talk about politics. Talk about
Yes.
Gun ban. Gun should be banned.
Yeah. How do you guys feel about gun control? I feel like... gun control. Let's talk about religion. Abortion. Birth control. Whoa, we're getting shot at. Oh, wrong way, wrong way! Go the other way. Woo! Oh, fuck. This is what the Battle State shut us down. It was the second we started bringing up controversial topics. They pull that shit. I got a gun around here somewhere. I'm in America, bitch. I will outgun anybody. No, I don't really have much at my house. Oh, I'm sorry. If Battle State is watching this, if you are genuinely watching this, dude, I've seen the shit that Nikita puts up on his Instagram. All right, you have all those tactical weapons. I'm going to show you something that I have. All right, this is American firepower. Hold on. Oh, yeah. This is what it's about right here. Don't fuck with us, all right? Get this look. There we go. Hell yes. This is the varmint rifle from New Vegas, I think. I don't know. This is this is what I learned to shoot guns with. It's a little 22 rimfire bolt action rifle that my grandfather carved the stock for. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's the gun from A Christmas Story. All right, so that was uneventful. That would be awesome to use in Tarkov, honestly. Did they seriously leave as soon as we started screaming stuff about like
Pete Rock Shuey cheered. X500. Notice me.
Whatever
You're
we were yelling
embarrassing
about?
me in front of my friends.
BSG dipped? They left? As soon as I started putting up the donate to Ukraine fund across the screen, they're like, all right, let's get the fuck out of here. Let's get the fuck out of here, guys. Let's leave. Let's get the hell out of here. Yeah. Oh, well. Oh, that was a quick round, dude. I'm sorry. I had to go during this loading screen. I swear I'm going to have something cool to bring in. I'm not going to open it, but you got to see the size of this thing. All right. I also am just, dude, I'm floundering here hard. So I'm going to grab a couple mags. Lettuce. We're going to do that again. All right. Queue up with something. Get something on you. Doesn't have to be real stanky. Just kind of like something. Just a gun. And I'll see you out there. Hold on. Oh, I do have some of these in my... Where's my pistol box? My ammo box. I'll bring an extra 50. There's no way I'm even going to go through 50 of these. I don't even know why I'm doing this. Wait, am I like... Let me look at the rest of me. Okay, I'm good. I'll pick up something from a scav, a dead scav. I do not see Lechuga. Lechuga. I feel like that was just not. Get out of here. Someone's calling me. Oh, thanks for the sub, Troxatron. Stop calling me. Get out of here. Average bust enjoyer. I can get you guys again. Call me crazy, but I think, have they made it so that your previous like homies that you went out with, do they like put them at the top of the list? Because Lettuce is definitely at top of the list every time. And Average Bust Enjoyer was the last dude we went out with. Let's see. Let's get someone that isn't like a regular dude. Rizzy on that guy's got a crazy name. Rizzy Dad. Here we go. Rizzy's dead. He's got a little Santa hat and everything. He's festive. Okay. Cool. All right, now let's look at this thing. Look at the size of this.
Today's video ithth sponsored by Raid Tato Legends, one of the biggest mobile role-playing games of 2019, and it's totally free. Currently almost 10 million others have joined Raid over the last 6 months, and it's one of the most impressive.
It makes a big metal noise when you move it, and it's by the way, I'm sure that was hilarious to watch Abby load this up by herself. That probably was the funniest thing. I wish I could have watched that. It says on the side of it, by the way, whoever packaged this up, they put possibly Steve's mom's blow-up doll. And it says to Sam, Merry Christmas from a small but efficient chode from Hawaii. It says that just with Sharpie on the side. Regardless, it's heavy. It's a Moby Huge. You know what I can't stand about those people that have Moby Huges? All those people like buy them like streamers and stuff. They just buy them to have them as like an ornament, like a little like a conversation piece. That's like buying a skateboard without riding it. Fucking use it if you buy it, you poser. Cram that thing up your ass. Who the fuck buys a giant 3-foot tall dildo without using it? That's poser shit. Critical wrote it like a car. Did he write it like a car up his asshole? Because that's the only one that matters. I'm sorry. Great. Charlie's a cool guy. I did harp on him for that exact same thing. I was like, I've seen your giant dildo collection. I bet you put none of that up your ass. He's like, I haven't. I was like, what the fuck's the point? Hello, homies.
Spling. Homies.
I'm really sorry about what happened last round. Wait, that was you. You led us to that. Yeah, that was a... No. Definitely kind of remember you leading us astray there, but...
Well, you're old and your memory is fading, so that's not...
Who are you again? Are you Brian?
Is that Bill?
Is that my boy Bizzle?
Chewy cheered. X500. Pew pew ka chew pow pow ka chow. Got to make General Sam my pal.
Oh, thank you, Pete Rock Chewy. Hey, do you guys want to go up into this place? What is this? The
I don't even know. I've never been in here.
Oh yeah, what's your name?
Rizzy's dad.
No, I know that. I'm not gonna call you Rizzy's dad every fucking 2 seconds. I guess I'll just call you. Yeah, Dad. Come on, Dad.
Oh yeah, take these in.
What does your dad look like, Lettuce?
We're rats in the streets.
I mean, well, he's a bunch of ash because he's dead.
Oh, that sucks.
There's PS right here.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That stuff's like gold nowadays. Now I can't buy it.
Yeah, what the hell?
But you look like me. With
You
fat
can't
and
buy
neck tattoos.
PST GZH anymore
What you'd
either.
expect? How do we get in here?
I don't think you can actually.
My dad looks like not John Belushi. What's the other guy? Forget his fucking name. He's the guy from City Slickers. Ever seen that movie? Oh. John Candy, Epstein, John Lovitz. Yeah, that's what my dad looks like. My dad looks like John Lovitz.
Somebody said 2 brothers.
And I told him that, and he got so fucking mad. He did not think that was cool at all. Nobody wants to look like fucking John Lovitz. That would be horrific. Hey, stop walking away, dude. We ain't done with you.
Get back here, boy! Get back here! Dad's gotta teach you a lesson.
Rolled.
Elbows up.
Did you get him?
Take his stuff, Sam. Take his stuff. Yeah, take his stuff.
I'm hitting, hold on.
I wish I would have known how many times I hit him at least. Here, I'll take his helmet and his ears. If you guys have body armor, okay.
We have armor. We don't. Yeah, you can.
Okay.
I have armor. Yeah, take that
Take his
stuff.
gun too. Take it off. Huh? Take it off.
Yeah.
Take his Glock. Oh, come on. You gotta grab the backpack. Look, there's fuel in it.
Yeah, take that.
I'll take that
Take the fuel
backpack.
in the backpack. Yeah.
Let me get some stuff out of that rig.
Sweet. Now I have a
I
bag.
dropped a duffel right here. If you want a backpack, though, there's a duffel bag.
Yeah, I grabbed it.
Yeah, this guy is actually looted up. What, CMS kit? Oh yeah.
I shot that guy so many times and he just
That's like the
waddled
third
away
stream
through
I'm
the
able
door
to
like it
catch
didn't even matter.
LMAO. At least I'm hyped for the Nest Slave video. Oy vey dong, oy vey dong.
I didn't have a mag in my gun,
Nice.
so I just was kind of
Golden Star Bomb.
initially.
Dude, I got shot in the arm and I got super scared, so I like was in shock for people.
This guy sounds like he's a Decepticon, dude. He's got an awesome voice filter going on. 15. You want to go upstairs?
I guess so. I don't know. I'm just looking for loot, man.
I trust the robot, man.
Oh my god. Fucking
They call me Terminator.
He just walked in here, gave me pizza, scared the shit out of me. Listen for footsteps and everything. Thank you. Oh yeah. I got pizza secured. All right, we're gonna have to hold this room down, guys, for 10, 15 minutes. No, I'm kidding. Hold on. Let me just get a bite.
Let's do it.
Piece of break. Piece of break. All right, piece of break.
Go. Is this a tombstone? You fucking bet your bottom dollar, dude. You know, I got a little bit of money, but like those like the $4 tombstones, they still hit it.
Piece of that.
Actually, you know what's great?
Take 'em out.
Have you guys ever had like Totino's $1 party pizzas? Those things fucking rule. They're probably more than $1 now, but they used to be $1.
I'm gonna stop by and loot this, man.
Ooh. A motor. Hey, there's a motor here. You might need it.
A motor. Am I allowed to partake?
Yeah, it's in the technical supply crate.
A lot of nothing in here. There's a pretty sweet fucking guitar in there though. That's a good looking guitar. It's a perfectly good guitar.
I'm frozen.
We should take that out. We should extract with it.
I'm gonna play Freebird.
Hell yeah. You wouldn't shoot a man
Keep
improvising
on shooting,
Freebird, would you?
X500. Can you shout
That
out my
sounds like
friend
7 minutes
Delivery Man?
long.
He
I'm
is
good for
dying
a
of
while.
cancer and is a big fan.
We're
Yeah,
going.
cover me while I load up Freebird.
Yeah, you have like, I'll shoot you at the end of whatever song you're gonna play. You start playing that shit.
It's like, yeah, play this and I'll give you a bullet as a tip.
Yeah. You start doing like a long solo, improvised solo near the end.
You
kind of
keep
my
going for 3
personal
minutes,
take on
just adding
Freebird.
it.
Oh, give bogey at the end of the road. Wait, I have an extra gun. What am I doing?
I think he's frozen.
Lettuce,
Disconnect.
lettuce.
Kermit 318 cheered. X500. You
Lettuce,
need
what
to treat
happened?
yourself and get Red Baron. It is the superior pizza.
Lettuce. You'll be all right.
Are you frozen or?
No, I'm eating pizza.
We're just gonna wait till lettuce gets back.
Yeah, I'm just munching real quick.
Gotcha. I'll cover you, Mr. President. There's a dead guy over there. It's a player too. The door is open to the left. You might have gone in there.
Pizza time for sure, yeah. Please tell me there's room for his. Oh, yeah. I hate. Why would it drop it there? It dropped it like in such a weird central area. Let's get a cool lettuce cam. See if we can make it look like JoJo or something. You know, like there's like wide angles that they do in that. He's running. Lettuce, I see what you see. Let me see through Lettuce's eyes. Oh, I had to, hold on, I'm gonna have to crouch down to see through his eyes. They're a little bit lower than mine, huh? Lettuce vision. I'll use him as a body shield. There's definitely a scav around the corner, though. Hold on. Hey, there's a scav around here. I'm gonna kill him. Maybe not. Is this the sniper area? No, it's not.
No.
Are you coming back, Lettuce? You're typing in chat. Are you coming back or not?
This is kind of a bad spot to be frozen in.
It is. At least you'll get shot first.
Yeah, at least that's a pro to the situation.
He's getting aimed at. I can
Where's
tell.
lettuce from? Like, is this like a region issue?
Well, he's currently in Liberia. He's doing a mission.
Gotcha.
Like a missionary. He's really religious.
Is he Mormon?
No, he's Seventh-day Adventist.
Oh, gotcha. my watch just gave me a notification. It's time to stand up and move a little.
Oh, we're back. We're running smooth as
I
eggs.
trusted you. I trusted you.
Hell yeah.
Oh, what?
We're good. No issues.
I think their servers are starting to get strained. I'm not an expert on the matter, but it just feels that way.
Where's Hexloom? I want to hear Hexloom's take on that situation.
You know,
He's a
I'm not
tech guy.
sure if the servers are having issue. It's very subtle, but
Okay, I got shot by a sniper scav over here last time. I'm not. I don't.
Yeah, I don't think this is the way to go. No.
Yeah,
Oh wait, no, it is. Look, this is the car dealership. Whoa!
Oh, it's the guy by the car. It's the guy. Hey, yo, chill.
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 I thought one of you guys were.
Freeze, pal.
No, we're badass PMCs. And we're looking to fuck somebody up, so get out of our way.
I'm out.
I'm in the mood to break someone's arms. Just get out of my way. Did they just kill Lettuce and run? Lettuce, are you alive?
Yeah, I don't see him. He missed. He's really bad at the video.
No, I think he killed our friend. There's feet over there.
Oh no!
He just shot our friend in the head and ran away. Hey, who shot our friend?
Nah, Robo Boy.
I think you're right. This is a bad position. We should get out of here. Yeah, he's definitely just laid up on the floor around the corner. Damn, son.
Yeah, we scared him off. Wait, did Dad get killed by the sniper scav or a player?
I don't think the sniper scav's here, dude. I think it's like on the other side of the map, isn't it?
I don't know.
Aren't croutons like really valuable or something? Hey, aren't croutons like hard to find or something?
The pink ones, the Amelia ones, are for quests.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Hmm.
Yeah, we're just a couple badass scavs, bro. Are you a scav?
Wait, is there a guy talking shit? I don't hear him.
I heard somebody talking mad.
Where's
shit.
he at him? Where's he at?
I don't know.
Hey, where's this guy? Oh, straight across. Fuck.
Oh, he's right here. It's a scav.
I am a scav. Are you guys not scavs? Gangsters?
We're too bad.
Fuck the goddamn what the hell? It just started like rubber banding. The second I pulled the corner. Wouldn't even let me fire. Yeah, he lag switched, man. I'm telling you, dude. I've played Gears of War 1. All right, I know what a lag switch is. That guy had host advantage. He was lag switching. What should you get from Chick-fil-A? Get a #1 deluxe. You know, because you're upper echelon. You know, that's how you flex on them. Let everybody know that you're not a little boy anymore. You're a man. You need that little piece of lettuce in the cardboard box. Then I would say I would probably go for like The waffle fries, they're so hit or miss sometimes. The place around here, they forget to salt them half the time. Sometimes they're undercooked. But if they're good, are you going or are you just ordering? If you're going, I would say take a look and see what everybody else is walking away from the counter with. If they're looking good, then I would order fries. If it's unknown, if it's DoorDash and you know they're going to get to you cold and soggy without salt, get yourself like some nuggies, just chicken sandwich and some nuggets. Oh man, the parfaits are all right too. Yeah, they are expensive though. They're like $4.90 or something like that. They're almost like $5 for some goddamn yogurt and granola and fruit. Your high school yearbook quote was by me bitching about waffle fries. That rules. That's such this guy in chat. I was just like thinking about it. This guy in chat's just like, Sam, are you racist? And I mean, like, how the fuck am I supposed to respond to that? Is there any correct answer other than no? I don't like, is there anybody that would just be like, yes, I am, and here's why. I am so glad you asked. Let me begin. Absolutely. Let's talk about it. What a strange question. A real racist would say no. Dude, this pizza's hitting the spot too. God damn. Oh wait, it might be scav time. Hold on. With the Taz? Easy. Hold on. I'm just gonna do a quick one on reserve. Here. You guys actually really pissed me off with the Toy Story one. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, you guys have seen Blade Runner, right? I got a quick one. Do you think Deckard is a replicant in Blade Runner if you've seen the movie? I don't want to hear what Ridley Scott says. I don't want to hear what, oh, this interview indicates that. I just want to see what you guys think. Wow, you guys are pretty... Yeah, you guys are pretty... more neck and neck than I thought. Wait. It's concerning how many people in the chat are like, I haven't seen the movie, but I'm going to vote anyways. That's a classic. How have you not seen Blade Runner? Movie came out fucking like 40 years ago now. Old as shit. Jesus Christ! Gosh! In chat, I said, I don't give a shit what Ridley Scott says. If you make a movie with an ambiguous open ending like that, keep your goddamn mouth shut. He like came back and like commented on it like 20 something years after it was made and was like, as far as I'm concerned, yeah, he's a replicant. I'm like, dude, that just ruined it. The whole point was that you can't tell, you know? It's like that book, House of the Scorpion. You know, the kid grows up being a clone his whole life. And then he's treated like shit and everything. And then he finds out that like once he escapes, they're like, yeah, you actually can't tell that you're a clone if you just like dress like a normal person and stuff. Like there's no indicator that you're a clone. How about you do Android Dream of Electric Sheep where you know he's... Oh, wait, hold on. Let me go back up. One of the alternate endings to the original movie basically confirmed he was a replicant. Ah. That completely ruins the movie if he's a human and there's no twist. No, dick butt. No, the point is not that he is a replicant. The point is that you can't tell. Like it's so like, am I or am I not? It's the technology has surpassed they're not making toasters anymore. It's to the point where was that called from iRobot? The ghost in the shell, you know?
Can't believe I'm still wasting money here. Fucking take it or something, I don't care.
Thank you for the sub. Thanks for the sub. What's my opinion? I mean, I think it is... I think Blade Runner 2049 kind of makes it pretty obvious that he is a replicant, but... Who knows? And I think he is. I do think they intended it, but I think it would be a better movie if he never weighed in on it. Oh, you thought, you thought the opposite? Yeah, because he's old and shit. I didn't think about that. Maybe they were bringing up whether or not a human could procreate with a robot. And if the movie's asking the questions, then I think we should start answering them. Everybody, go into the kitchen, start fucking dumping big fat loads into your toaster. See if we make something. Start fucking every machine in your house. We're gonna see if we can impregnate something. Everybody come on something, some mechanical device. Oh, now look at it. Yeah, 56 to 43. Oh, God, I can't like read shit. I really wish in some ways I had like a smaller Twitch group. Because I can't like read stuff in chat quick enough. It made me think the opposite. I mean, it was a miracle that a replicant had a kid in the first place, so why would he have to be a real dude? Replicants normally didn't age because they were programmed to die before any aging would show. If you take that limitation away, I don't see why they couldn't age. Because they're made from... Are they mechanical? Yeah, they're mechanical because they keep like showing all those people that are like industry leaders or whatever, and they like make their eyeballs mechanically and stuff like that. Are they engineered? Are they bioengineered? Or are they mechanically engineered? Or are they just like genetically cloned humans? They're just enhanced humans. Okay, I thought they were like robots. They're born in test tubes. Oh, okay. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, all those weird ass scenes with Jared Leto from the new one, yeah, they're like born out of sacs, so they have like an embryonic sac. So it's basically just, yeah, they're just like clones. They're just amped up clones. I don't see why they couldn't make kids. Why not? Yeah, I love Blade Runner 2049. It's a great movie. Deckard could have been especially designed by Tyrell to try and create babies. Oh. It's very strange, though, that they would just set loose a replicant and go, man, I hope he fucks another replicant. Sure hope he has sex with somebody.
On the topic of impregnation, I read a book called Theozoology, and it was a schizo rant about how the entire Bible is about how humans needed to kill off all the dwarves and elves. It also said that sodomites basically were impregnating apes.
Wait, have you thought about making any Cyberpunk videos now that it's fixed? I actually liked it when it was broken. I had a blast playing that game all busted. Oh, you're queuing up for a reserve run too? Hell yeah. I'll see you out here. Why is this taking so long? Look at this shit. Hold on. 9 minutes? 9-minute queues? What the hell? What the fuck? Wait. God damn it! $2049 is canon. It wasn't a money grab. He isn't a replicant. Whoa. I think that's also an interesting question. Like, it doesn't matter at the end of the day because it's not like he conceived. He just put his nut in there. But I mean, like the lady's the important one. She's the one that has to like carry the baby. Are replicants able of production? I don't care if Deckard's really a replicant. That doesn't matter, right? As long as you know that the lady's a replicant. Another update? Oh, just restarted. Small patch. Another one? God damn, I'm gonna back out. I'll fix this. I will fix it. I will fix it. You think I'm a replicant, dude? No fucking chance. I'm as real as they get. I keep looking over and seeing that goddamn stupid picture I drew of lettuce. Oh, fuck. Alright, let me turn this off. Not only that, but I feel like the game just runs better when I've let it kind of sit for a second. Searching for updates. If there's not an update, I'm going to start swinging on you guys. Yeah, there's no update. You guys lied to me. But I'm going to restart queue. It'll be fine now. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, That's why I'm asking the question about Deckard. Is I'm really concerned that auto blow that I have is going to start keeping the seed for more than just disposal later. I have a half robot, half Sam child. You didn't get an update. Okay. I don't know. I'm gonna load back up, scav. You guys don't need to see this, right? This is not an important part of this. I'm not going to scav customs. I feel like that's a hot place. I'm going to try Screets again. There's not a fucking update, dude. There's not one. Oh, new poll. What do you guys start throwing out ideas for polls? What do you want to see the people pooled on? What do you want to see people
911 cheered. X1100. Your name is my name too.
Oh, thank you. So thank you, Sam 911. Sam Mr. 911. Oh yeah, that's a good one. A classic. Tits or ass? Let's see. Wait, no, we can do like wait. Booba or Butter? Booba. Okay. And then 2. Where's that at? Start poll. There you go. You got the age-old question. Booba or butter? Ooh, this one's even Steven so far. Oh, it's fucking pulling which way? Who's gonna win? The boobs or the ass? Oh no, the ass is winning. The ass is pulling ahead. 61%. Boobs are dying in the water. Dropping off. Nobody likes boobs anymore. They're out. They're not in vogue. Wow, what a lead. I know what you guys are doing. You guys are just trying to get butt up to 69%. You guys are sick. I want actual unskewed results where the obvious answer is boobs. Although butt's awesome too. I don't know. God damn, that's a hard. I just have like human, like hot female as an option. Option C, hot fucking busty huge ass brunette. I didn't realize it was such a clear-cut victory among the audience here. This is such a great opportunity to say. You know what's funny is you ask a question about anything else. Anything else. I could do like apple pie or pumpkin pie. You guys would be like, whatever. The last poll I had up had like 300 votes on it. The one before that, probably about 250 to 300. This one has over 600 votes. You ask people, tits or ass? People all of a sudden stand up. Who the fuck said ass is better than tits? Let me tell you something. Like, you guys instantly started voting. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't realize the serious shit was coming out. Let me move my piss jug. Where's the penis option? Fuck. I forgot. I should have added one for our gay homies. Because we know there's no female homies. Piss jug? Yeah. You got one right here, baby. Asking about the piss jug. Got it right there. On, just in case, I'm sniping or something, I need to take care of business. Do boobs float in water if unhinged by their shackles? Yeah, they do. Boobs are fucking funny in water, honestly, because they like float straight out. They're funny. How do I know? I got a grandma. I got a mom. I have a dog, female dog with 6 huge fucking titties. My dog's got 6 giant fucking milkers. Doesn't mention my wife, yeah. Huh? Oh yeah, her. Yeah, she's also got him. Yeah, I forgot all about her. Sorry. Sorry, I forgot all about that. Yeah. Am I playing Tarkov or? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you think I was just sitting here stroking my own asshole? I'm waiting on Tarkov. I'm in the loading screen. I'm in queue. Fucking come in here and put your hand on your hip. Are we playing Tarkov or are we gonna sit here and talk all day about tits and ass? Scav queues are insane. All right, fuck scav queues. Then I'm going back in, Raw Dog. I'm going back in with some of the best PMC gear you've seen. I got nothing, dude. I'm hurting today on PMC. Scav is 16 minutes. PMC is 2. You know why? I know exactly why. I'm going to tell you the state of the game right now. People, awesome resub for 29 months. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Get a life. No, I'm kidding. I shouldn't be saying that. Thank you for 29 months. Thank you. That's a lot of time. Jeez. That's a lot of time. No, but the problem is they came out with Streets. Everybody comes out, they get their PMC gear on. They're going to go try out Streets. Can't find the fucking exits. They die. Everybody's gear probably looks like mine right about now. I ain't got much. And then they're panicking and they go like, damn, dude, I have to do my scav run so I can get at least my scav gear out. And I think it's about that time where people are just doing the panic scav runs, hoping for something. Is there like good sniper spots on
Pee pee poo poo.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Is there a good sniper spots on Streets? I don't think I'm going to go with... I'm just going to bring like this RPK or something like that. I do want... No, I'm going to bring this thing. This just regular... I don't even have like a chest rig. Hold on. Can I buy one from somebody? $56,000 for the Yuli? Take this. Okay. Ooh, we're running low here. God damn. I lost my SKS too? Brutal. Brutal. Lettuce, it was all for nothing, dude. Lost the goddamn SKS. Gave me all that shit for no reason. Okay, I don't have much to like stem blood. There we go. Blood flow. I'm gonna drink this little apple juice. Should I get like a backpack too? I don't have a single way to carry anything. You know what? I'll get one off of somebody else. Okay, guys. Okay. What we're gonna do... This one's all about survival, okay? I'm gonna insure these two. Just there's no chance it stays here. Let me tell you guys something. Look at me. Eyes. I'm talking to you. We're going in here. We're gonna loot. We're gonna primarily loot. I don't want to see you guys going crazy over action. I don't want to see people running towards gunshots. We're gonna clear buildings like goddamn SEAL Team 6 looking for Bin Laden. All right. I want you guys checking corners. I want you guys just crawling slowly through. We're gonna do this meticulous. We're gonna do this serious. I don't want to see any smirks. I don't want to see no giggles. I want comms to be reserved for Bing chilling call outs and for just overall camaraderie, like complimenting your friends. You know, you can say like, hey dude, I think you wear that coal pack really well. Keep it up. Stuff like that. But besides that, efficient. So go ahead and put your names in here if you kind of can fit that criteria. And I'll invite you. Oh, see, Muscle Bust. He's a serious guy. That's always. This guy knows how to play. We're on the same wavelength. We're not at all. We never sync up wavelengths, I don't think. But he knows how to play. I know that. Let's see. Haste Eater. Haste. Hold on, I'm going to do one refresh per name. You guys remember, you do have to click the like find raid or whatever. Piss Boy. Piss Boy's level 6. That's why I like to see a man in the middle of struggle. Jupe Gamer. You're not looking for group. Glory Hole Man. Nope, not looking for group. I'm gonna have to invite Chad Killington again. Oh my god, I'll get Lettuce again because we just haven't had a good like. Oh, Sprats Enjoyer. I have some Sprats. I should eat them towards the end of the stream when I get my tummy a little bit more hungry again. Walmart cum sock. Classic. Get in here. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, look, he has a Mosin. Maybe he'll die and I can take it. Yeah, Sprats are pretty good. Sylveon Seducer. I'm sorry, dude. I saw your name at the top too. I was gonna invite you, but no, you don't have to be on my Discord or anything. I just when I get into the lobby, just start throwing your name out and I just grab one like a lottery. I just snatch it and decide. But then sometimes I see like, you know, like Lettuce. You know, and I'm like, oh, I know Lettuce. Like he's a friend. I know Muscle Bust, he's a friend. Can't leave him hanging, you know. Oh, you got the Ratnik headset? See? That's a good drop, right? Aren't you guys glad you're watching this for 12 hours? You guys get a goddamn Ratnik headset. That's huge. The gains are huge. It's worth it, I think. I think they should put me back up on that Battlestate Games live stream. We should definitely do let's see, if in case that does happen again, we should pre-prep some controversial topics. I'll instantly just pull up this. Tits or ass, what do you guys think? Oh, you guys are ass men, I see. Hold on, you know what I'm going to do? Is I'm going to do this. I'm not sure if it shows you the results, but I'm going to close poll. And I'm going to do... I want to see how fucking radicalized you guys are. Because there was some wacky things being said here in chat earlier. There you go. There's a new poll for you. Ukraine or Russia?
Why do I sub to a guy who streams like once a quarter?
Let it rip.
Also, Butta greater than Booba.
All right. Look at that. You know what? I think what it is the pro-Russia people are a very vocal minority, is what it is. Because before, when this was brought up, they were just like, whoa, 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 whoa. They were getting real vocal there. It's such a small little group of people. Only 55 of them. Hundreds of votes. 55 of these fucking people. Set up an Instaban for people that vote plus vote too. No, I'm not just gonna silence people I don't agree with. I mean, that would be cool. In an ideal world, this is why I can't be a dictator. Ideal world, the pettiest shit. Oh, you like a cereal I don't like? In the public square, you would be shot down.
Bing chilling.
Oh, Bing chilling.
Being chilly.
Okay, you guys heard me. We're gonna go through. We're gonna be consistent. We're gonna loot, and we're gonna get out alive. All of us. Most of us.
Loot every single morsel of
Some of us.
things.
Oh, this is an exit. Okay. I know this one. Let's see here.
No, this is Sprouts.
Yeah, this one. I got the
Okay, underpass. Let's see, courtyard.
If I disconnect, Muscle, I want you to be the one to put me down. I need you to do it. I need you to be brave. If I
You
disconnect,
gotta
I
let
need
us.
you to put me
I got
down.
this.
Okay, thank you,
I
Muscle.
got you.
Alright.
I got you.
And then when he kills me, you kill him.
Wait, what?
What?
Wait, no, that was part of the deal. Come back. No.
You already signed it in ink, dude, with your verbal contract. Yeah. The contract is sealed.
Oh God, I gotta make sure that is.
Your word is on the line. Yeah, now you have to make sure he lives. Or now he doesn't disconnect. It's not even living. He just has to, you can't disconnect.
That is what's your ISP. I'm gonna call them right now. Fucking reroute all the bandwidth.
Hey, let's go in this building. Over here.
Caleb W _ cheered. X500. You should turn off slow mode for username time.
No.
Are we missing a guy already? We're only 4.
Yeah.
We already lost someone.
Oh, yeah. All right, guys, watch me. I got to get in this medical supply crate.
Cover! Cover!
Over it.
2 rolls of toilet paper, guys. 2 rolls of toilet paper. This is big loot. 2 rolls of toilet paper. That's better than like most of the drops people have gotten so
I
far.
live off Party Pizza, Mountain Dew, and Marlboro Red. YEEEHAWWWWW.
We got a door here.
Whoa, some sort of medical room. Any goodies? Filing cabinet.
Let us come back.
Are these guys being as methodical as I told them to be? I feel like lettuce is split up already.
We got contacts up here.
No, I already got glasses. I'm good. Where at? There's someone coming from the way we came. Bing! Bing!
Bing!
Flux
Okay, there you go. That's what I wanted to hear. That's what.
X500. Do you ever play Tarkov
Yeah.
for free?
Wait, what do you say? Do you ever play Tarkov for free?
They were talking.
Whoa. Not during like the end of the wipes, no. I usually play like the first month, I'd say, maybe 2 months. And then towards the end of the wipe, it's not my game. For sure. And this last wipe took way too long. But I love the beginning now where you can like I love these fights where you can just get into like weird pistol fights with people. Ooh, shit.
Quick fire.
There, on my console.
Try to loot something. Real quick.
Outside to the left. What's up, boys?
Hey. I don't know where that is.
Oh, he's fucking dead.
Come up the stairs, Lettuce. Upstairs. It's nice up here. All right, we need to listen. I'm turning off the music. Oh, he's hurting.
I hear him running.
I can't hear you. It sounds like bitch down there.
Oh, I know what this is. This is one of those big fucking air filters, isn't it? Oh, hell no. Damn. A car battery. I found a car battery if someone wants it.
Case_IC cheered. X500. The marked room in that area. You can hop from third to second window to loot it without key.
Oh.
Guy just sounds like he needs an inhaler behind outside. It's not one of us.
Bing?
Yeah, bro, that
Yeah.
guy, that low T guy right there, that guy with no testosterone.
Shut up, Grandpa! The young people are trying to talk. What'd you say, fellow Ginzier? What's up?
What's up, man? My name's NBC Chris Hansen. How you doing today?
Oh, you work for like a telemarketer or something? Yeah, you can tell you got that customer service voice down, pretty down pat.
Thank you, bro. That actually means a lot. You guys enjoying this wipe so far?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Where are you, dude? We're trying to shoot you. Like you're not making it easy. Are you under us?
What's up, boy? I hear your voice, bro. Where's your lame ass, bro? It's NBC's Chris Hansen, bro. I know your voice, man.
Where are you?
Walmart shopping ass, boy.
Nice.
Oh, he just walked under us. He just fucking.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Where's General Sam? I'm gonna smoke you.
I smell you, bro.
Oh, guys, protect me!
Play the game alone sometimes and maybe you'll feel something.
Oh God.
Damn.
Damn.
That's like a whole crew of them. Ah! I'm just running. Run for it! Fuck, from underneath. God damn it. God damn it. I didn't realize there was more than one. Oh, I did 300 damage. Hit 7 hits. That was the only time I shot, right? Was that fight? Okay, I did fuck that guy up. Okay, and by the way, more people are on Ukraine's side here. Seems like only 88 people. 20% of the pop. Pro-Russia. But everybody else is very much, this aggression will not stand. This aggression will not stand, man. Ugh. Is that a CIA data collection? Dude, like, these fucking, like, deep state folks are, like, insane to me. How did everybody die there, dude? We just got wiped up. And by deep state folks, I mean like people that just believe in all that shit. The weird like conspiracy people. I believe some things that are conspiracies, but like simple stuff. Like Obama's a lizard. Lizard man. Like what was that really deep voiced psyop lady from like she was like the yeah, so we're eating an
How you doing,
MRE.
Sam? Are
Was
you
that
enjoying
lady?
this wipe?
It was like a famous Twitter video. That shit kind of cracked me up. Deep state, like in the Midwest? Yeah, that's what I mean by that, yeah. All right. So you said you're 100%. Dude, I might have to just run solo, by the way. Just based off of like, I just get too comfy with people and then I still end up dying. So I might have to roll with someone. Or, I mean, just by myself. But God, I don't have much. These are some rough runs here. Do I even have bullets that can go? I don't even have bullets that can go in that. Hold on. I could start selling stuff. No, that's too rash. That's dumb. I could start fucking I want a scav, but like scav timers are ridiculous right now, aren't they? What's a map that everybody's going on? I think everybody's obviously going on Screets. I want to see. I'm gonna give this 5 minutes. 5 minutes is scav timer. We'll see what happens. If it goes beyond 5 minutes, I will just go PMC. Oh. Hold on. There's like, I love it when people do like these long paragraph messages. Oh, it's more people arguing Russia versus Ukraine. This guy's talking about military equipment and stuff. Us supplying Ukraine with military equipment. Whether or not that's ethical or unethical and what have you. Is Streets even good? That one, my friend, is up for debate. I don't know if it's good. I'm getting kind of like mixed feelings on it. It's, you know what it feels like to me? It feels like Interchange. If Interchange was like, didn't have bad lighting. So it's still like the same vibe for that, for me. It's kind of just like every little corner's got something. There's always little lines of sight everywhere. And then the outside and the streets just feels like I'm working my way around that big mall on the outside of it. It's rough. I haven't walked out alive too many times.
I always knew you were a NATO shill, Sam. It's just sad to see it confirmed live.
Always knew you were a NATO shill, Sam. Well, what do you want me to be? Like, you want me to be like a domestic terrorist or something? Raging against the machine that keeps my goddamn home safe? The dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. You know what would be cool, though? If instead of, like, military spending...
I've never extracted from Streets and I've done at least 10 raids.
The U.S. built a goddamn rail system. I would love to get on a train and just go up to New York City in a couple hours. But you know that's never fucking happening. How the hell did this country get built with railways and then they abandoned them and just made interstates and now, like, our railways just carry, like, coal. Gravel. Like, if you ever sit there and watch a train go by, if you've ever been stuck at a train passing, look at what the cars are filled of. It's always just like sand, gravel, dirt. different like just stupid shit like that. Lumber. It's never like passenger trains. Like Amtrak's never come by, and when they do, they're from like the 70s. I went on an Amtrak one time, and I was like, hey, wouldn't it be fun to ride a train from St. Augustine all the way up to New York City? I figured that would be a fun start to a vacation, is taking a big train up the eastern seaboard up to New York City. And it fucking took forever. That train went about 25 miles per hour the entire way. And it took us, I think it was well over
What is
a day.
ne'er-do-well?
A ne'er-do-well is someone that never does well. What are you talking about? It's right there in the name. It's like, what's seaweed? I don't know. It's a weed in the sea. What do you think? A ne'er-do-well is someone that's just a little hoodlum. Someone that's always making trouble. "13 minutes to scav on woods?" Oh, the freight companies own all the rails, so Amtrak has to rent it and they get shafted. That sucks. But at the same time, come on. You got a pretty big economy here in the U.S. We could have some cool-ass trains if we wanted them. We got some real bullshit trains going on here. Even China has better rail systems than us, yeah. You know what I never understood is recently I went to what was that place called? It's an airport. I think it was like the San Fran airport. And they had like these little glass walls that divide where the train is, and then the doors align with the doors on the glass wall, and then they open at the same time. And then I saw that in Japan, all their subways or their trains and stuff, they have the same thing in train stations. And then I see all those videos from like on Reddit of like crazy fucking videos like that subreddit where it's basically just watch people die, but without the title of watch people die. And there's so many videos posted where people are just waiting for the subway, and right before it comes, somebody just shoves someone out in front of the tracks, and they just get fucking tore up going down the tracks. And there's so many people that use the subway in New York City. Why haven't they put up just a big plexiglass wall yet in the subway station? It seems like it's such an easy no-brainer. Just have the train align with the doors on the glass wall. And it seems like a no-brainer. Money? Fucking New York City! New York City in the USA. Like, we got money. Money's there. So put up some fucking plexiglass. Are you kidding me? I saw that they were drumming up money to restore Ellis Island as a museum. And I'm like, you have to drum up money for that? Just fucking have the city pay for it. They got a shitload of money. And it's something that like they get, like, people will visit it. Like it's a moneymaker over time,
Why
I feel
take a
like.
train when you can drive a 8 mpg, $6 a gallon gas guzzling machine.
And not only that, but I hate driving. The guy who was just like, hey, why do that when you can drive? I see Harry Potter, you know, the beginning of those movies, they always take place on that little train. And that seems like so much fun to just sit down and like while you're traveling, just sit there and talk to someone. And that person isn't concentrating on driving, you know? You just sit there and vibe out, hang out for a couple hours, and then you're where you want to go. Seems badass coming from a person that doesn't have access to trains. All right, that's an argument. That's an argument. If there's going to be people that are pro, like anti-Ukraine, I could see being like anti-Ukraine, but not pro-Russia by just going like, why send them a shitload of money if we could have plexiglass in our subway system? Yeah, like there's definitely some domestic shit where it's like, come on, you could cut some money this way, right? They were a hell of a lot more eager to provide money to Ukraine than they were to do infrastructure bill passing. Remember how much they cut down that infrastructure bill? I think that railway system was part of that infrastructure bill that got just gutted. And then they ended up passing just like a very small little margin of it. And which is enough to like pave like one road in a national park somewhere. It's enough to put a little drinking fountain up in Yellowstone. Oh, hey, look. I didn't, I don't know how long have I been synchronizing, but at 5 minutes I was supposed to back out. But it doesn't matter. 8 minutes? I'm in. I walked into my room at 1 a.m. and my wife was smoking weed and watching videos of trains get hit by, cows get hit by trains. It's like a compilation. Cows getting...
Supplenuggets cheered.
How is that even a
X500.
compilation?
They are spending $13 billion on new train tunnels into NYC though. Definitely needed since the current tunnels under the river are about 100 years old.
Yeah, dude, some of those old ass subway systems though, they have really awesome mosaics. I think Penn Station has a really cool mosaic that you can tell is just old as shit. And it's actually a mosaic of a like old coal-powered train or steam-powered. Dude, I'm gonna get shot trying to go through here. Nope. Yeah, you know what they should do to all those old mosaics? They really need to just update that shit. Go in there with some shiplap siding.
Burn it up 16 cheered. X500.
Put it all over it.
Where is the forehead loading cam you promised us?
And then do a, oh yeah, I forgot I was supposed to, yeah, I have it drawn and everything on my iPad. And I never ended up being able to finish it because I had to do that PC build. And then for the floors of the subway stations, you should put, like gray laminate flooring. I think that's the way to go.
DYM.
Gray fake wood. Like it looks like wood, but distressed. Try that again. That pole's still going. Hold on. Turn that fucking thing off. Come on. I have a big yellow jacket. I'm sitting in a stairwell on the side of a building with no windows. It's wide open. I'm trying to hide behind this pillar. That'd be awesome if I could make that. Come on. Yeah! Where's a place where scavs are gonna hole up? Because once you get around other AI scavs, player scavs get real fucking friendly. Because they know they're just gonna be up against like a lot of shit if they open fire. And those player scavs are kind of unruly if they're alone. Construction. Fuck! Who's over this wall? I don't want blind fire. What if it's a homie? I just felt like those shots I heard were PMC related. Hello? You a PMC? I don't know what that means. I'm hoping he doesn't shoot. Yeah, but he did like the laugh and everything. But I don't know. They changed up all the scav lines. Was he in Bulls? Bulls. They should make an insanely flamboyantly gay scav. Then you have a chance of getting him. Oh my god. He just like holds his pistol like always has his foot out a little bit more. That would fucking rule. Yeah, they should let me dev for this game. Not dev, because that means writing code. I should be idea man. Come up with all the worst ideas that everybody hates. Hey, who's in here? You a scav? You a good guy? Or you a ball sucker? I'm an idea man. I always have ideas for things. Hello? Oh, there's a homie scav. That's a homie scav. We're good. Wait, a darn doodle. There's a dead guy right here. With a pistol. He was killed by Stepa Rimba, which I believe is probably that guy behind me. I'm no CSI investigator, but I'm willing to bet money on that. Are you Stepa Rimba with your AK? Checking the mag? Missing some bullets, aren't you? Come on, bro. You're a trained killer. You will stick with me. I'm glad. I think, was it South Park that did the Daniel Day-Lewis like There Will Be Blood mockery, and they do like a joke about that? I'm an oil man. That whole thing. 'Cause I love any attention that people bring to that movie. That movie fucking rocks. I'm a goo man. That's what it is, yeah. The that movie is one of my favorites. Hold on. Stocks. When's Poob on? Oh, Poob's on vacation, dude. He went to I think he went down south to go hang out with Devin. And Austin. There's like actual people over here. Hello. Hello? It's definitely a guy down there. Does Poob ever work? I mean, he does streaming, which I don't really consider this work all that much, but he does a lot of it. Hey. Oh, you're PMC. What's up?
You hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
No, I'm pretty new to the game.
Oh, word? Oh, there's your first lesson. Not that new. It's level 3. Lesson learned. He literally came in with nothing. He was doing a hatchet run. Outstanding work. Wait, that's my name. I am Parfini Ovoshikabaza. Ovoshikabaza. It's a name that rolls off the tongue. Yeah, press S to spit. Yeah, I killed somebody. Show me some fucking respect, dude. I'm a badass scav today. Yeah, cut to that Eastbound and Bound or whatever that fucking show is with Will Ferrell. Everybody's seen the bloopers. I don't think anybody's seen the show. He's just like, no, let the boy watch so he can learn the way that I learned and the way my daddy taught me and the way that his daddy taught him. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta learn the lessons the hard way, all right? If you're a PMC, don't put your ass to a scav. Don't even talk to scavs. Just shoot them on sight. They're not going to be friendly. Friendly scav is a oxymoronic name. Basement descent, entrance to catacombs. Who's walking? I hear someone walking. Oh, it's this guy. You say airdrop? What the hell are you talking about, boy? Ain't no airdrop up in here. You see an airdrop? Should I go to that? Let me see where my exits are. Basement descent, entrance to catacombs. And I am currently at, hold on. I'm currently at the cinema. Where are my exits again? I just want to get out, honestly. Basement. Descent. That's fucking nowhere near here. What was the other one? Catacombs? And ventilation shafts right here. Okay, so I can do some looting and scooting and then go out through that. That's this. By the way, if you guys haven't seen ventilation shaft, right here. This is it. Very easy to camp, I feel like, because you have to stand in a very specific, weird spot for it to work. I feel like juice is better than repellent. Anything back there? I guess I am full. I could just leave. It's a bunch of shit I don't want. I don't even want the Taz. I guess the Taz is kind of like that quest item. Whatever. I just want you guys to see that extraction is possible in this game. It is something that is the point of the game. Is that you leave. You are escaping from Tarkov, effectively. No, I'm not taking a muzzle from a green box. Yeah, I'm ignoring that. That's for a gunsmith thing. I don't do those. I did those for like 3 wipes. Yeah, I'm not doing gunsmith. Absolutely not happening. Oh, do I have the game really low? See, that's what you gotta do, dude. You have to tell me that there's stuff happening. I need to turn up here. I'll turn it up. System should be nice and loud now. My game crashed so fucking hard right there. What the hell was that?
Almost a year, big boy.
Oh, nice. 11 months. Let's find some jams. No. I don't know what this is. Listen to it. I think Bizzle, this is like a shared playlist between me, Bizzle, and Brian. And Bizzle went through and added like 150 songs in one night. And a lot of it is shit that I'm taking off. We have like veto rights. Like you can add whatever you want, but if someone doesn't like it, they can just remove it. So we have like a couple hundred songs right now, and like we're constantly culling out old ones and putting in new ones. But I've never seen so many added at once. That's not right. Yeah, this song is not my thing right now. But this guy's like, this is music for people with bad credit scores.
Hazard _ 209 cheered. X500. I feel like you're going to look like Toast Rack in 30 years.
Dude, I've thought that since the second I saw Toast Rack. I said, dude, that guy looks like me in 30 years. Yeah. He looks like old, advanced aged me. And I said that to someone, and they were like, "What? No, you don't look anything like him." And I'm like, "What are you talking about? We got big ass blockheads, and we wear glasses, and we have like hair too small for the top of our head. What are you talking about? It's like a match made in heaven. I look exactly like him, I think." Yeah. No offense, Toast Rack. Except he's less fat and weird. Nah, he's. Oh wait, are you saying he's less fat? Pause. And he's weird, or does that mean like he's less fat and less weird? Because I think he's a very normal guy. Okay, what did we get out of there with? We got out of there with that stupid Taz, which I don't even know if I'm ever gonna use it because of the quest. But it did come with EKP mount, which I might be able to put on something. This, and then I can put this on something. Nope, whatever. Lost interest. I'm gonna do another M9 run, maybe. He's not going. Oh wait, I have a P20 226 on. What are these here? This is how you know we're desperate. Yeah, this is a desperate run here. Here. What do I look like? Do I look like a PMC? Oh, that looks so PMC-ish. How do I cut that silhouette down a little bit? Can I get anything this early from Ragman or no? Services. Tactical clothing. I have to be level 5 to get the t-shirt. Okay. All these require levels. Shit. Shit. Frick. Fuck. Okay. All right. Should I do reserve? No reserve. Yeah, I think I might go reserve just because, like, I know the map. I can grab shit and get out. I think easier than the other maps. All right. What about another? What's a different? Think of a poll you guys want. What's something that you're like? I want to pick the mind of a couple hundred people. You guys got like a blank versus blank, like tits versus ass. We already did booba versus butts. NASCAR versus Formula One. That's such a small pool. The overlap between people that watch me and watch Formula One and NASCAR is probably pretty low. I would hope it is. Israel versus Palestine for real. No. I'm not putting that up. Oh, flats versus drums. Oh, who would win? Me versus Wubby in boxing. Yeah, that's a good one. Who would win in a boxing match? So we talked about doing a boxing match. There we go. There you go. We got the poll's up. Let it rip. Keep in mind, I believe Wubby we're about of equal height. He's got a little bit of poundage on me. He's a little bit wider. He's a little bit bigger than me. I think he might be a little bit taller than me. He might be like 6'3", 6'4". He's pretty tall. He's a big dude. If he learns how to throw a punch, I don't know if he knows how to throw a punch. He doesn't seem like a guy that would ever strike something in anger, but if he learns how to throw a punch, he'd probably fuck something up, dude. He's a big guy. Is he jacked? Oh, I didn't know that. Fuck. Let me see. Let's see. He sparred Chad on Cold Ones and did well. Really? Yeah, I'm not bringing any weapons or anything except for my wit and intellect and my teeth. And I'm not going to cut my toenails beforehand. They're going to be filed to points. I'm going to go for a fucking high neck kick. Cut an artery. No, yeah, it would just be like a regular boxing match. No below the belt punches. And I'd wear my belt right up to here. So all he can punch is the top of my head. No, he punched my hair off. Oh, fuck. I won, but at what cost? He punches all my hair off the top of my fucking head. No, I think I'd fucking kill him. I would hide my keys in my boxing glove, so when I punch him, it would fucking go in his eyeball. No, I don't. That's why it's such a good match, because I feel like it is very evenly matched. I feel like we have similar builds and similar weird temperaments where you don't know if we have like the fight in us, if that makes sense. Like when it comes down to it, a lot of like, I feel like those martial arts or whatever, combat sports, a lot of them's like, dude, do you have the anger that it requires to go in there and damage someone? You know, are you just someone that's just gonna be an animal in the ring? And I genuinely don't know if I have the hate in me or whatever that animal instinct is. I don't even know if I have it, and I don't know if Wubby has it. That's why it would be an interesting little fight. Portable bunkhouse key. All right, whatever. Oh wait, there's more stuff in here. In there? Maybe not. Oh, wait, here we go. Greta versus Tate, next poll? Oh, Tate would beat her fucking ass. What are you talking about? That's not even a question. He's like a kickboxing champ. He would break that poor woman over his knee, shatter her spine. Or do you mean like opinion? Like, whose side are you on? Because I'm not gonna lie, she dumpstered his ass on Twitter. She fucking made him look like a fucking dumb bitch. His only reply was just like, she just like said he had like small dick energy. I was trying to just line up a headshot while I didn't know I was there. I could have swore that first one was like right on the middle of his face, but yeah, he you know what? Wait, how many did I even hit bullets? 2 hits. Pathetic. I think I profited there, to be honest. Not that he doxed himself, Bart. I'm just talking about Twitter. Like his whole like rebuttal video that he happened to get doxed over. He was just like, you have a small dick was basically his whole retort, which was weak as hell. He's like, actually, the small penis is on you. Thanks for providing your email address. Really? That's your... And you not only... It wasn't like an off-the-cuff thing. Like, if I said that on stream, I'd be like, it was live, whatever. This fucker had somebody film him. It's like, get the camera. I got a killer one. I'm about to fucking verbally do a 3-pointer here. I'm about to shoot this bitch in the face with my words. No, your dick is small. Ha ha! Get me my pizza. He fucking deserved to get arrested just because of that. just because of that. Hold on, let me see. Is my scab back up? Oh my god, I got 12 more minutes. That was the shortest goddamn run I've ever had. It's getting rough out here, boys. I can't afford to take the flashlight out. That's how you know it's rough. Flashlight can't even come out with me. I gotta do this, I can't even afford mags. This is like guy that is robbing a convenience store to feed his family. Like, the gun's not even loaded, man. It's just there to threaten with. Wow. Times are tough. I've seen Aqua at these moments, and I've seen him pull himself up by his bootstraps. And I don't know how he did it. I wish I would have paid more attention. Okay, what we're going to do is... This is going to be sad. I'm going to have my extra mags and extra bullets. I can't put mags with bullets in here. Okay. I can afford to let these out. Oh my. Oh, servers are going down? Fuck. Are they going down? What the hell? I'm going in. What's the worst that could happen? The Andrew Tate is Liver King for virgins. I never understood Liver King's appeal. Like, he was just someone I kind of just looked at, but he didn't have like a message or anything that I thought was even remotely inspiring. Not that Tate does either, but he always just has some like fucking weird take on stuff. Notice they always have like instances where they go like, I guess this is what they call a flex. But most of him and Tristan's little anecdotes that I've seen on whenever I'm just on my little YouTube app are, so I was paying for a valet service and like it's not even a story. It's just they just kind of are saying something to prove that they have that whatever that service is. So I was on a chartered flight. I was on the private jet. And then that's it. that was like, that's the extent of it. He's like, I call on my phone and I ask the driver to get me my plane, and then my plane shows up. Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, you have a private jet. I'm going to do my middle class version of that. So I have a car in the driveway, and I go out and I put my keys in it. I'm going to upload that as a short to YouTube. It's going to kill. Oh, it's selling an alpha lifestyle. Is that what it is? I want to do like Liver King, but real. And it's like, because his is it had a lot of vanity related to it, you know? But I want to have just like these really visceral, gross videos where I'm just tearing into a fucking squirrel. Like the video starts with just me chasing down a squirrel in the yard, and then I just start going to town on it. Fucking, I look like that painting of Saturn eating his child, you know? Tearing the fucking head and legs off. And then I go sleep in the doghouse. And when the cameraman gets close to it, I attack him. The end of every video is going to be me attacking the cameraman because I don't realize he's there until I make eye contact with him. I'm completely feral. We're going back to caveman style. Actual caveman style. You notice that Liver King was a little bit too domesticated, a little bit too... And where was his fangs at? He didn't have blood coating his beard at all times. He didn't fucking eat rocks and shit, so his gizzard was ready to break down bones and such like you should. Yeah, return to monkey. All right, I'm gonna do the. Let's see. We have who would win in a boxing match. By the way, came out to surprisingly even Stevens, with me in the lead. You guys think I could whoop his ass? You think so? You know what's funny about Liver King is I didn't realize he was so small until I saw a video of him in his kitchen. The fucking countertop like comes up to his tits. I always thought like he just had like giant fur hats and stuff, but it's just a regular sized hat. that just looks huge on his fucking big head. Let's see. 2 notifications. Are you coming back in time for drops? Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Should I go get another beverage? I'm waiting for players. That means it's probably going to be back, right? Loading in. Wait. I voted for you not because you'd win, but because 2 fat men in the ring slapping each other softly while holding back tears sounds terribly fun to watch. That would actually be good if, imagine, yeah, like the first punch that's landed, just immediately like tears come out of the guy that gets hit. And then and then the person that threw the punch cries in response because he just feels so horrible. How do drops work for me? I don't know. I don't think I get them. I'm streaming. I should get my own fucking drops, right? All right, we are on a poverty run, basically. If we run into any enemies, I'm gonna have to talk my way out. It's not gonna be easy. I'm gonna have to charm them. Convince them. Guys, I'm not an enemy. I'm just a man desperate for money. A man going into a grocery store. No, this is not a grocery store. Fuck. Cigarettes. Gotta put those in the container, man. My grandpa used to use these flashlights all the time, dude. Ooh. Look at us. Look at us. And that's not even worth it. You see these flashlights? The big ass ones that take those huge D batteries or whatever those things are called. I grew up with him like, hold this flashlight, and he'd give it to me. It was like a goddamn briefcase. I swear I hear someone that way. Yep. Hello? Courtyard, underpass, sewer river. Wait, okay, so I traveled from... Wait, where's my goddamn map? Hold on. Map. We have... You hear that shit? Did he just die next to me? It sounded like he got sniped right around the corner. Is this the sniper area? Oh no, this... Okay, this is... Right. Oh! Alright, this is in front of this... Woo! This is the cinema. Is that way. So I'm at that corner store. I need to go... somewhere. Sewer River. Okay. What the fuck? I'm so confused as to where I need... Damn, son. Can I go up this thing? Beep, 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 beep. No. Lights are on. Okay, so that's the main street. I hypothetically should be able to exit this and take a left. Or a right. No, wait. Hold on. Exit that. Take a right. Into that road over there. And be good. This is a dangerous little area. What the hell? Holy shit. This is like a really bad bottleneck. Jesus. I don't like any of this shit. How long will I be on for? I'm sorry, until 5. I'm listening to footsteps, dude. Get the fuck out of my ear. Chat. You're not in my ear. You're just like typing on the screen. I'm sorry. I'm listening. Where's the small Italian boy? Lisa? I don't know what the fuck she's up to. She might be able to play. You guys want Lisa? Brian straight up refuses to play this wipe. I don't think he ever was like a huge fan of the game. Maybe when like right when Reserve came out, he kind of got into it, but he's not the kind of guy that just plays one game forever. He very much likes to switch it up. Maybe graphics card? Hard drive. Fuck. Omid has become a what? Hold on, let me see. How do I like view? Oh, see thread. Let's see. Force him to play. Omid has become... I can't... Oh, wait. Omid has become a street kid. Get him on to show you the spots and streets. Oh, my God. That would be incredible. I'm getting fucking destroyed here. There's someone walking up. Wait. fuck's that at? It sounds like it's right here. Wasn't that like right outside this building? I hear gravel. Oh, fuck. How do you know? Oh, I'm stuck. I'd rather die to scavs than you. Fucking executed that guy. I'm getting the fuck out of here. That was way too weird how that guy popped a corner and instantly shot me as I was looking at him. He just fucking knew, man. And people that know weird me out. I just circled my way around a pizza. Hiding behind the za. What did he hit me with? Where did he hit me? He blacked out my arm. Fuck. Yeah, come back around here. My arm's broken. I'm stuck behind the pizza. I'll fuck you up. Where's he at? Wait, you're not dead? What? That was almost fucking terrifying. See, we got a gun out of it though, right? We're moving our way up. Saiga 9, not the best, but we got something. I was gonna do a taking a shot every time I die in Tarkov, and I've realized that my liver's not capable of keeping up with what I'm gonna be throwing at it. Yeah, this has very much become like a zero to hero type stream. I've brought myself down to my basest components, which is basically like what little items I have in my stash of value, which is not much. And I got like 2 weapons, no armor. Those guys over there, like there were so many footsteps going around. And I thought I quietly opened that door, and then those guys just corrected me. About half of what? How many bullets are in this mag is what I want to know. It says half. Is this like a 20 or like a 30 rounder? 10 rounder? I got 5? There's more bullets in my goddamn pistol! How do you fuck that up? Let me just run out of here. Let me in. Oh, not that one. There we go. There's just so much like conflict, man. I feel like every little building's being fought for by like 12 guys. Not really 12, but you know, there's at least like one swinging dick in every building I've been to. Or at least they know where I am. Milk. Oh, actual loot. I can put these in this mag? Saiga 9 takes these? Sweet. Sweet. More milk. Helixes. These are useful. They craft something, right? Mom, I'm coming back. It's not the worst thing in the world. A gas analyzer. All right, all right. I don't care if it's not even found in Raid. I just want a gas analyzer. Vodka. All right, I'll take the vodka over this, I think. Hey, thanks for the cheered bits and stuff. do you say? Hey Sam, do you have a schedule? Wondering if you're partnering with anyone today. No, I went through this thing all earlier, but you guys might have missed it. I had possibly the roughest day yesterday putting together this PC, getting ready for the stream. And I've had some technical issues, so the stream itself is not, it doesn't have like all the PSAs and stuff, and it actually wasn't intended to be like this stream. This is me just like playing the game and just doing like a drop day stream. I had intended on doing like a stream of like taking a shot every time I die, but I was like, I got like family coming over tonight. I figured it would be best if I didn't show up to that fucking ripped out of my frame, drunk as hell. So I'm just doing like a regular ass stream today. Showed up normal again. Yep, that's what I'm gonna tell him. Hey guys, just normal Sam coming in for another awesome family get together. No, not only that, but I haven't played an FPS in so long that you know, I didn't want to get into this. When I did the last one, the last shot every time I die or whatever, I was primo Tarkov. Like that was me peak Tarkov. I had the map down.
X500.
I
the
knew.
second family was us all along.
Yes, it was. Yeah, you guys are dope. Oh, look, the dead guy. But I went into it thinking like, oh, I could get a couple hours of this before I'm absolutely ripped. And then I ended up doing pretty well. So, hold on a second. I think I have catacombs as an exit. Let me check. Courtyard, underpass, sewer, river. This isn't sewer river, is it? This is just regular sewer. Oh no, this is the exit. I'm leaving frequently, all right? Didn't get in too much action there. Executed a man in the streets. I think he was a non-combatant. And got some stuff and I got out. Yeah. An actual win. Yeah, that's definitely, that one's like a textbook rat raid. Textbook. Come on, we're going to do a new poll here. This one's going to pull at the very nature of the nuclear family and of humanity itself. The age-old question. Mom or dad? What's your favorite? Oh, is audio out of sync? What the hell? What the hell? Hold on. Is that better? That should be, right? I think that's why I stopped using this thing. I'll show you guys the true. I don't want you guys influenced by like what the live stats are.
Dad, cause he got a big peepee.
Thank you for the sub. Yeah. And the input. This is the Killer Instinct theme. What a banger. My father's a nice man, but I hate his guts. Doesn't it suck when like someone in your family is like, there's nothing wrong with them, like they're perfectly normal, they have like they're pleasant, but you just don't care for them, their personality or something like that. It's like, dude, that kind of sucks. Like I wish I had like a reason to hate you. I don't have it. You're perfectly nice. I just have to be around you, even though we're not compatible in any sort of social way. Christ, that was a long loading screen. Holy shit. Look at that. Look at that. We got stuff out.
We should do a Floridians only run.
A Floridians only. I have this badass Saiga 9 that I've been dying to test out. Yeah, let's do it. Oh yeah, I forgot. This was a PMC. Oh yeah. I'm gonna roll it again. I feel like this Saiga is gonna treat me good. Can't risk the M9 though. I'll put that back. Should I at least get like a 30 rounder for this thing? Oh, he sells them too. Oh yeah. Just get out of here. Get out of here. What? The ammo's fine, isn't it? Yeah, it fires that. Are you seriously like hounding me for getting rid of 10 PST GZHs? They're like $2 a bullet or something. It's so cheap. I guess in real life that would be horrifically expensive, but in this game they are very cheap. I think I'm rich enough to bring out a little AI 2 kit as well. Believe it or not. Why do I look so horrifying when I smile like that? Is that the least trustworthy face you've ever seen or what? No. Come on in. No. Your mom's inside. She'll look after you. You're safe here. I should be a serial killer in another life. If everything falls apart, that's what I should do. All right, on. All right, streets again. I want some people this time. Why is audio not working? The fuck you do? Oh yeah, it's not, is it? Oh. Or is the game just not making any noise? No, it's working. All right, let's see here. We got some randos. Florida Manic. Florida Fish. Florida Fish. You said you wanted Florida boys in here. You're getting Florida boys. We also have, this is topical, Android Tate. And then the last one's going to be Muscle Bus because I know he's on my side. Hopefully he won't kill me. Oh, Muscle's coming in with the... He's pimped out, dude. He's got multiple guns and shit. Look at him. He's coming in a snipe. Dude can't even spell Florida. He definitely belongs. Yeah, that's fitting, actually. she need a beverage. Need a little pick me up. A little something. Oh wait, here's the results of that. There, more people like their mommies. You guys are little mommy boys. Nice. Oh, all I had was another goddamn Moxie. That's all I have. I drank all my Diet Dr. Peppers last night. Why smoke crack off camera? Aqua does it loud and proud. Not all of us are as unashamed as Aqua is with our crack addictions. Time to switch to beer? Shit. I don't have any beer, I don't think. It is 2 o'clock. Am I playing with Aqua today? I don't know. I can. If you guys want, I can message him. I don't know if he's up for that. What's he doing? What is he up to? Let's go see what's on the Aqua cam. Let's see. Streaming. Twitch. That's this website. That TV. He's not even on. Shut up. I hate how auto plays stuff. Oh, Devin's on. I can play with Devin. What's he up to? Yeah. Hold on, let me find I'm using my phone like a fucking old person right now. Christ. Devin Esquire. What's he up to? He's doing some sort of tomfoolery where he's shooting someone. That's more action than my stream has. He's shooting someone? Are you kidding me? This guy's an animal. All right. I sent him a sext. Let's see if he replies. Sam, are you ever gonna bring back the Huge Hard shirts? No, that was just it. That was just like a for the hike. That was like a hike shirt, like a, you know, just an event shirt. If we do another camping trip, we'll probably do another like shirt from it or something for it. We'll figure out something to do. Oh shit. Oh. Bring back the shekel scheme. It's up right now. In fact, I got some mac and cheese socks up on the shekelscheme.com. Yeah. I forgot about those. I was supposed to advertise those today. I have a whole ad made for them and everything. I never put it on the stream thing, the OBS thing. Yeah, I got socks that have AI2 kits and Makarovs on them. They're black and yellow. Actually pretty badass. Oh, shit.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello.
Being chilling.
Being chilling. You guys
I'm
ready?
immediately getting desynced.
Already? Oh, not
Servers
good.
are we on?
U.S. East?
Man, I'm... Okay, there we go. It resolved itself. Never mind.
Do one of you have room in your gamma for this?
It's a big long.
Yeah, don't worry, I got it.
Sam with them quick raps.
Yeah, I ain't got no fucking money, man. I need everything I can get. Ah! There's a guy in here. Hey. This is the problem, though, is I'm going to be so accustomed to seeing people, and then all of a sudden there's going to be some guy that isn't one of us.
This is my first time on streets.
First time on these screens.
Oh, hey, Kevin, he says, when you going to come back to Home Depot? Are you the guy that works at Home Depot
I
that
got the all. I got
was
the
like,
little
are you General
screwdriver.
Sam?
Oh,
And I go,
look.
no, my name's like Gerald or something. I changed my name.
Screw.
I think I was there with my kid. I was like, I just didn't want to be harassed at that moment. But yeah, that is my Home Depot. So yeah, you'll see me there eventually again.
Got his hands out. So.
Is Sam transgender? Sure.
Oh, someone's on the street. Hey, are you? Hey, Bing.
Bing.
We got a bogey. Bing. Hey, say the other thing. Not Bing, but the other thing. I don't know if that's our guy. Hey, you gotta speak up, man. I was getting shot.
All right, let's run him down like a dog.
Alright, let's do it.
Oh, good lord.
Why'd I get the Vanguard on that? Jesus. Woo. Yeah, did I peek out the mic there? Hell yeah. Hey,
What up?
where'd that guy go?
Through this wrought iron gate over here to the right.
Oh, that's where he went? What about Muscle Bust? Where'd he go?
I'm right behind you.
Oh, where's the other guy that was in that room?
I don't think he's connected.
Oh, Devin's trying to call me?
Two of us are sniper boys. Let's try to find the rooftop. I think I know where we could go.
Alright, sounds
Oh, he
good.
is. Oh, hey, Devin.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Are you in a raid currently?
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm working.
Yeah, you do your scab. I'll wait for you afterwards. Currently experiencing what might be the loudest grenade barrage I've ever heard in my life. Someone's shooting like this explosive grenade right next to me.
What map are you on?
Streets.
Oh shit.
They got the grenade launcher.
I still don't know the map like at all.
Oh, you haven't been playing it?
Not really. I'm scavving on it right now to kind of learn it. I only know like 2 extracts.
Well, I'm not gonna act like I know it, but I know like 2 extracts. Yeah. I have a map and I just kind of reference it and go like, yes, where am I in relation to the car dealership? It's
Yeah, I need
basically
to figure that out.
that's the only thing I know.
I'm
This
down to
map,
run
dude,
it after
super
this raid.
campable though. Super campable.
I know. I already found like a nice little spot I kind of want to try out, but
Fungal Toe found a tree you can jump into. He calls it Fungal Tree, so that's patented.
yeah,
Has
I
to
found
be
a tree right next to catacombs that I was jumping in.
Ooh, catacombs and the sewer are like easy to camp because they're so next to
Yeah.
each other.
Super easy, and you get scabs and PMCs.
Yeah. Sorry. The oh shit. He's got a sext message. Oh, it's from you.
Yeah, I texted.
Nice. So, Poop down there?
Yeah, he's here.
You guys are just abandoning him during the day to stream? Bad
No,
friends, dude.
he hasn't woken up yet.
What? He hasn't woken up yet? What the hell? What time is it? Oh, it's only 2 o'clock. Okay. Still.
It's only 2 o'clock.
Jesus Christ, yeah. He is a little sleepy boy.
Yeah, he is a sleepy boy.
Hey, I'm upstairs, by the way. Don't shoot me if you see me.
So I think Will's just waiting for him to wake up.
Oh, nice. How does he know Will again?
Which Will?
I guess that Will. Doesn't he like know him from something?
The Will that he's... So there's his friend Will and then my friend Will. They're staying with my friend Will.
What the hell? Okay.
But his friend Will is also here.
I thought they were just like synonymous with each other. I thought they were like the same guy.
No, no, it's 2 different people.
No.
2 different Wills.
Okay. We're on our... All right, I'm going to mute for a second and pay attention to this raid because I have not made it out alive from many. And I will come back. All right, thank you. Okay, I'm back. I'm talking again. I got this. You here to snipe?
I'm down, yeah, let's do it.
You're recording a food
I want to
video
see
right now?
those things. Oh,
Oh, yeah, I thought you were Muscle Bust. Where'd Muscle Bust go?
oh I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm right here.
Wait, Muscle, talk again?
I should have dropped back.
Yeah, I'm
down.
talking. Hello? Hey, hi.
Yeah, what the hell? For a second there, like, from a distance, you had the girliest
You're
voice.
happy.
It was very soft and... I said
Yeah,
mute
I
Devin.
turn on my girly voice sometimes to seduce the enemies. Someone's inside.
Inside this building?
Yeah, I heard someone stepping on wood. Unless it's one of us stepping on a crate.
It might have been me right here. In these pallets.
Holy shit, it's fucking World War III over there.
Right here, yeah.
I felt like I was gonna go up and over. That would have been horrifying. That's such a far lean over. I can like look down and see my own legs.
Hey,
Who opened the
who's
door?
coming
Someone opened the door!
Hey, who's that by the door? Are you friendly? Are you one of us?
Bing! 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 Motherfucker, Bing! Close that door. He's a scav, I think.
Wait, what?
Isn't he?
What's up over there? You! Yeah, you! Fuck you, you heard?
Truthily!
You want to go hunt this guy down?
Yeah, sure.
Got him.
Ow, I have blood all over my eyes.
I'll cover the staircase while you leave.
Do you need heavy bleeding stuff?
I have a grizzly.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Thank
There
you,
you
though.
go. Yeah. Hey, guys. You know, I don't always get a kill, but when I do, you know, it's a clean shot. I went there and executed that guy right through the eyes.
I haven't played this game in months. Need to get back into it.
Yeah, I'm going through that same thing right now. God, this last
I'm
wipe. How
in,
long was the last
Sanford,
wipe?
Florida.
It was like 6 months, 5 months, or something like that. Definitely needed it.
On an unrelated note, I guess.
From Sanford? Where the hell's that at? What's that nearby?
Like Winter Springs, Oviedo, Orlando area.
Ah, okay. The great middle of Florida.
Yeah. Cocoa Beach.
Cocoa Beach. All right. Hey, I'm going to start moving on towards an exit. I got someone waiting on me.
Okay.
Damaged house, evacuation zone? I haven't done either of those.
I've never been
I
on
can
this
get us
map
to
until right
evac
now.
zone.
I know where evac zone is.
Dude, no, when you start talking, it's definitely like pitch shifted. There's no way. You sound so feminine, dude. I've talked to you a bunch. I know what you sound like. That is pitch shifted hard. This guy's like a giant
that's so weird. I haven't
Norwegian
done
guy.
that.
He's fucking huge and he's jacked and he does not sound like, I can get us to the extract. Like, he doesn't sound like that. It's not him. Yeah, stay out. Get the fuck out of my way, Cocoa Beach.
You kid.
Fuck! Yeah, we're gonna have to solve this old school way. You ready? Yeah! Fuck, I can't do it that way. Fuck. I was hoping I could attack him. Yeah, I could have just fixed the jam. I thought he was coming up on me, and then I'd already committed to it. And I thought, what if I jump down the middle of the elevator or the stairway, come down on him with the axe? That would have been cool. Didn't end up being cool. All right, I can close out of this now. Definitely keep up the streets map. That's important.
You getting good kills?
I'm back.
Oh, hello.
Hey.
Hey, another raid go.
Oh, we got attacked by like some real landmark type people.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. Side though, they were just so juiced up, it wasn't even fair. So.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm about to load into a woods raid right now. I'm already loading in.
Okay.
I'll just run it out.
A woods raid?
I'm deploying at the moment. I was just gonna go for some scav kills. I just need it for a quest.
I have not done any quests. I am completely questless. I've been doing streets, and that's it.
That's good. I just want to hit level 15 so I can just make money, so I can keep playing. That's all I care about, just so I can just sell stuff on the fleet.
Do you see that picture of, speaking of Landmark, you see that picture of him on Twitter? Dude is fucking juiced.
Oh,
up.
Talking about like how huge he is?
Yes, he's huge.
Oh yeah, he's massive.
Yeah.
You didn't know? I thought everyone kind of knew that.
No, I mean, like a year ago, he had like a little skinny head, and then I like noticed like 4 months ago, I was like, oh, his fucking head's like a block now. What the hell happened? And then he posted it on Twitter, and I was like, oh, that makes sense. And now I've stopped talking shit about him because
now I can beat you up.
He terrifies me. Yeah. Terrifies
He
the shit
scares
out
the
of me.
shit out of me.
Yeah. Did you see Summit's response to that picture? No, I didn't.
No.
It was Summit 1G?
Yeah, I know Summit.
I don't know. Some guy brought it up. I'm going to go look. Landmark. Oh my God. I am so glad this shit is not up. That's a big
Got
bannable
something bad
offense.
there.
Yeah, open it up. Remember that guy that I like paid him to take a shit in his hand and rub it on his face and say you're invited to the Four Eyed Fables podcast.
Yeah, I remember that.
I follow him on Twitter, and like the first thing I do is open up Twitter, and he is just like shoving snow up his asshole. He's just like grabbing
What the
handfuls
fuck?
of it, cramming it up there.
It's so hard to forget that entire clip.
Yeah,
Like, you think you would.
you would think
That never leaves.
Yeah.
That never leaves your brain.
that guy's
That's so
committed.
bad. All he does is just weird shit, doesn't he?
Yeah,
Pay him to do whatever the fuck you want.
yeah.
Can I ask how much his going rate was for that?
$60. It was a steal. An absolute steal.
$60?
$60.
That guy pooped in his hand and rubbed it all over his face for $60.
60 buckaroos. I realize, you don't work a day in your life if you do what you love, and I think he was I think he just does it on his off time.
Just his little side hustle.
Yeah. Little side hustle. I was gonna rub this on my face anyways. Why not make money while doing it?
Might as well record it and put it on the internet.
There you go. I'll say a
The
little
family loves seeing that
Oh
one.
wait, not only that, but he goes like you are invited, you're cordially invited to the Four Eyed Fables podcast, and then he does like, and now for a round of applause.
Yes,
and he does
yeah,
like
oh,
this.
yeah.
He does like this
I
hip
know.
thing, and his cock slaps his thighs around like it's clapping.
Yeah, it's so bad.
Yeah, that guy rocks.
Like, needs help.
No, I love eccentric people, and that guy fits the bill.
That guy is eccentric.
He's eccentric.
That's great.
Oh yeah, if you're looking for the dude, his name's Naked Martin Official on Twitter.
After chat's writing that one down real quick.
Yeah. All the
Save that
ladies.
for later.
All the ladies are writing that down.
All the ladies are writing that down. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've had one good run, and it got me Saiga 9. That's what I consider a good run. That's how you know I'm doing bad. Down bad.
I'm doing bad as well. Don't worry.
Yeah. I just need to stop doing streets. I have like such a low
dude, you can't
survival
survive on
rate
streets right now.
I've just been playing exclusively streets, and wait, hold on, let me look at my survival rate again. It's gone up 14%. It was 11%. That was the lowest it has ever been.
11% survival rate?
Yep.
That's not fun.
No, I've just been getting destroyed.
Just killed a sniper's guy. I went to go loot him, and his body rolled off the top of the mountain onto the ground. So I have to go back down to try to get it now.
Yeah.
Sucks.
There's a lot of people that are. What are your audience? What do they think about these drops?
They've liked them.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't complain. You're getting free shit, you know?
My audience is like, I waited in here for an hour and a half and got a goddamn roll of toilet paper. they're
Is
heated.
that really what they got?
Yeah, they're fucking pissed.
That's pretty bad. Roll of toilet paper is pretty bad.
Yeah.
Like, someone told me they got an SR25, like...
Oh, that's good.
Some decent stuff.
There's like a busted out, what is there? It's like a busted out wall or something like that in the stash room, in the hideout?
Yeah, and it debuffs you if you don't clean it.
Where's the busted up hole?
It's in the side of your hideout next to the med station.
Oh, the med station. What does this do? Gives me energy regeneration per hour. That's actually pretty good. Oh. What the hell? Yeah, that's like a really bad penalty.
Yeah, it's really stupid.
I have to mop the floor. I love how they made the timer for mopping the floor so low that you just kind of have to sit here like an asshole and watch it for 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes.
Exactly.
Like, I'm not going to leave. I guess I'm just going to watch it.
Yep.
Oh, well.
All right, I'm out.
Okay. What are we doing?
I don't know. What did you want to do?
Let's do streets, baby!
Okay.
I just got 1 more minute left on that floor mopping, and then I'll be ready to go. Hold on, I'm gonna suit up. What do you think our success rate's looking like?
Pretty low, because I know nothing about this map.
Yeah, but we work together like goddamn fine oiled machine.
I think you have a skewed vision of how we work.
What are you talking about? We got the same.
Yeah, we work well
Yeah.
on a map that we know.
Not really. Yeah, we. I really just kind of run around and just let you do the stuff, but
I just really don't know this map at all. But I got a good kit ready.
What's good? What's a good kit this early on?
Tier 5 rig.
Damn, that's a good kit.
AK.
That's it. That's all you had to say.
That's it. Oh, I can't
You
buy
could have just said
magazines.
AK. Just AK. Okay. Cool
See
it.
if I can buy mags for this.
I have a Zuck that I'm putting on. And nothing else.
Like the press armor?
It's
Can you not?
no, I
You can
don't.
only buy 10 rounds.
Just it's the Azimuth, just the chest rig. That's the
Supplemental
nicest thing I
tiered,
have.
X500. Devin is effective only
good
if
rig.
sitting in one spot. Once he has to move, he stumbles around like a newborn giraffe.
Dude, they are roasting the shit out of you over here.
What did I do?
They're like, Devin is only effective when he's sitting dead ass still. He starts moving, it's all over.
That's partially true.
Yeah, that's kind of.
That can be true.
I've noticed that like I don't think I can harness a pistol. Like I can't like fucking shoot that thing for some reason with any sort of accuracy.
No, neither can I.
Hey, Devin, who do you think would win in a boxing match, me or Wubby?
Wubby is bigger than you, but I don't know what.
You know,
do you even have like the inner like rage to fight someone?
that's what it came down to for me as well. I was like, I don't know if Wubby has it, and I don't know if I have it in me to just
Yeah,
like
do
mean
you
someone
have
harm
that?
when I'm.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have that. I mean, you might. You never know.
Well, I know Wubby too, so it's like not for him. He's a sweetheart.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So like, maybe if you get punched first, then maybe you'll have the inner rage to fight.
Yeah.
All right, I'm in streets. Oh, we're not friends, are we?
Yeah, he just socks me one time, and then I'm just I start crying,
Yeah.
and that's when I go full ass like playground on him, like Start beating him over the head like a chimpanzee.
I need to add you. What is your name? Sam.
Dude, I'm not waiting there yet. I'm desperately looking for something to add to this kit so I don't get yelled at when I show up. All right, I'm looking for like some little extra bit.
I'm not gonna yell. I won't yell at you. I won't yell at you. Are you level 4? Is that you, General Sam?
I'm not in there yet. Hold on.
I know. I'm trying to add you as a
Yeah,
friend.
yeah, that's me. That's me.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. You're level 4. I'm not
What's your
gonna-
name?
Oh wait, you are my friend. I thought the friends list got deleted. My name's Omid Live.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Oh.
I'm in lobby.
The hell? Okay, so you're cool with me just rolling out?
Yeah, rock whatever you want.
Okay. This is embarrassing. I gotta. It's not that bad. But if I get shot at or shot, it's looking pretty grim.
We'll be fine. We'll do just fine.
This is like a little bop I'm
Oh,
listening to.
that is grim, huh?
Yeah, I ain't got no body armor or nothing.
And
But
the
I got
blue
a
hat.
I got a cool
You need
hat.
Something. Yeah, you need it.
No, I brought
tell
that
you.
extra because I felt like I looked too naked. I was like,
Yeah, I figured.
I'll throw the hat on before I go out.
Yeah, it's good. That'll help.
Should I
People think
invite?
you're a scav.
Should I invite Abby's foot porn too? They're also in here.
That one's up to you.
I've been playing with like viewers. I'm like, hopefully these fucking people can carry me too. They're shitting on me for that low survival rate. But let me tell you something, guys. My survival rate's been dependent on these guys that are making fun of me. They haven't survived either.
We have a bad survival rate.
Yeah,
It's you guys, not me.
Well, not just that. It's not like their survival rate's awesome or anything. They keep dying too.
Yeah.
This wipe is heavy with people. I don't even know what that means, but it sounds right. Man, this wipe is heavy with people. What does that mean? Can you decipher what that means with your Zoomer dialect?
Repeat that.
This wipe is heavy with people, man.
I
don't know.
A lot of people.
I guess. I don't know. Just the way you said it. Man, this wipe is heavy with people.
Lettuce?
Some guy in chat.
Oh.
Yeah, it sounds like something Lettuce would say.
That does sound like a Lettuce statement.
I had a pretty good Lettuce impression earlier that I was doing. Because he was in game and he kept talking, and I know he had my stream muted. And so I was just like trying to sync it up with his as he was talking. And it was pretty good. I had it down to like like I don't know. I had it down pretty good to basically his cadence and everything of him talking. That's gas, yeah. Ha 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 ha. I don't know. However the fuck he talks.
He said he's got it down. That's a Lettuce said.
Oh, is he in there right now?
Yeah,
I wish I had like a
X
more
1000
distinguishable voice that could be like imitated, replicated. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like people shit on Ben Shapiro, but he sounds like a fucking freak, and he's so funny to imitate.
Hypothetically speaking.
Yeah, he talks like fucking Mandark or something.
Yes.
And like Christopher Walken, everybody has their Christopher Walken impression. You talk to Lettuce for 4 minutes, you're like, all right, this guy has a very distinct like vocal pattern and laugh and everything.
What extracts do you know here?
All of them.
Are we parking the bus or are we moving around? Like what's the plan here? What do you want to do?
I need some goddamn money, dude. Like whatever Jesus take the wheel, and then if he doesn't feel like it, Devin, you fucking take over. But I'm sitting in the back, all right? You tell me what to do.
Let me know. I got a triple in D2 earlier. It felt good for my stash.
Oh yeah.
That one felt really
Oh,
good.
I forgot. That's what I did to
cash
sustain
infusion.
myself. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
When
it's very
times are
nice.
tough and the stream's off,
Yeah,
catch me down at
that's
D2.
Quick little kit.
Yeah. Get a little kid or two.
If I can learn the extracts, that was my plan for today because I didn't really want to quest. My plan was to unlock the flea market.
Yeah.
And then just camp streets and like find places to sit at and stuff, goof around. That was the entirety of my plan. I don't know how you feel about that. But
Yeah,
I need
go-
to figure out the extracts first.
Oh yeah. Wait, can I send you a map?
Yeah, DM it to me.
Yeah.
Send it in here.
The map is big. That changes everything. And I mean, I'm not gonna, tell you how to live your life or anything, but
yeah.
Poo. Your mama's a
I fucking
good
love
woman.
this song.
Holy shit.
This map is it's like a 3-dimensional type looking one.
Yeah,
like
it's
a 3D
huge.
render.
I'm pulling it up on my side. I'm just gonna leave it up on my monitor.
I've noticed that rounded building in the middle, the Lexus car dealership. That's like the
That's
thing
like
I
my
look
reference
at.
point.
Yeah. And I go, what side of the road is it on? What side's the rounded section facing? And then I can figure out where the crane and underpass and catacombs and stuff is.
I'm not seeing the extract right next to that Lexus car dealership though. I don't know where that is. Where's that? Is it? It's not Collapse Crane. There's one like across the way that's like temporarily up.
Oh, that's
Is that evacuation?
that's
zone?
Courtyard. The one next to the cinema?
Is that what that is?
It doesn't seem like it's as far away as it is, but you just go from the dealership across the street and then across like that open like reflecting pool area, and you're in like the little courtyard?
No, there's like two. So there's the big Lexus dealership, and then there's, or is it a cinema? It's cinema. Okay, I was getting them confused. I thought cinema and what the fuck, dude? I'm so ass backwards on this. I don't really know what I'm looking at.
When you get in there, the pieces will start to come
I'll
together.
figure it out. Yeah, I just gotta play a bunch.
Like, dude, come on, Devin. We know Shinaris, or not Shinaris. Yeah,
Dude, I know a
Shinaris.
lot of Chinaris.
Like the back of my hand, right?
Yeah.
You drop me in Pollyanna, I'll find you the goddamn grocery store in 2 seconds, get you in and out. But
I can get you to Tizzy in 20 minutes.
yeah, Tizzy in 20 minutes. But what was the thing? We used to spawn in Electro, and we would get I think it was 2 Cokes and 1 can of beans. That would sustain you the direct beeline run to what is it? Kamashovo? Not Kamashovo. What's that place that in the top right hand corner?
Northeast Airfield.
Southeast of that.
Berenzino.
Yes, Berezino. Is that it? Yeah.
Berenzino's a little bit south. I don't know where we are. I know nothing.
Yeah, Berezino. That's what it is. Oh, we're at the. No, I thought we were at the car dealership. The car dealership's right there. The courtyard's this way, and the cinema's this way.
Let's go check out the courtyard.
Okay.
This is what I was looking at with Omid. Looks kind of a little devious little spot up here.
I mean, it's just a huge bottleneck before you get in there, so.
I know, it's great.
Yeah.
I gotta see if it's up, though.
This guy's like, Balota? No, you fucking. I said northeast. Balota's like the most stats on the shore.
A little bit south of Northeast Airfield. Oh, must be Balota.
Yeah. People like you make me sick. Whoever that guy is, whoever said that in chat.
Oh, up top.
Where at?
Up top by the, whatever that is, the theater. Coming down the stairs. Oh, it's a scav. I can't hold my breath. Whatever. Fuck it.
Is he still? Wait, which central stairs or the right side?
The central stairs. He walked down. It was a scav.
Okay.
Yeah, scav.
I'm gonna go in here and get some food and water.
Yeah, good idea. I didn't bring any. No, I did. I lied.
Juice.
Came prepared.
Boyga.
A little bit of boigas.
Yeah, boigas, boys.
Croutons. You might need these. Request. Here. Forward. Yeah. These you need for requests as well.
What are
Right
they?
here on the table. Or croutons.
Croutons. Damn.
Got him.
All right, this is the courtyard.
Gonna check this body real quick.
Go for it. You may be in the place next to it.
Anything.
The clothing store. You find any lead X's or anything on this map? Anything good?
Dude, I don't know this map like at all. Oh, it's up. It's up. This is great.
Woo. I'm gonna loot this PC and I'll be right there. Are you gonna look for a little hiding spot or what?
Yeah, that's my plan. I would want to get on top of this little building here. I need you to stand next to me. I might have to take my rig off, down a little bit. Like crouch, or come up a tiny bit, you know what I mean? Like scroll wheel it up. Okay, maybe down a tiny bit more. I think I'm too heavy. Hold on. And drop my rig and just hit this work.
You're also at like level 1 strength or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, I almost had it. You see that? I was going from you to the door frame up.
Can I look up and do it or no?
I don't think it does anything.
Okay. Woo! You're up. Look at you.
Alright, now I gotta figure out how I get around this. Fuck. like what you're doing there. That's good.
I was thinking like maybe like a run and jump. I'm gonna shatter my legs if I try that though. Yeah. Here, you want to try that again?
Oh no.
I think they've made that sign intentionally wrap around because they knew.
You think so?
Yeah, with the doors and everything.
Well, I think with higher strength it wouldn't be an issue.
Yeah. Are people getting drops from your?
No, I don't have drops today.
Okay. Do you have them today, or like at all?
I have. Yeah, I got them. I have them on the 1st and the 6th.
Okay. They never responded to me when I.
Apparently, it was a formatting issue.
Okay. No, I know I got drops. There's people in my chat like, you have drops, Sam.
Crazy. Are you lagging?
Me?
You're like insane packet loss right now.
I do not think so.
Alright, that was just a try. I'm still lagging super hard.
Trying to figure out like a little campable spot.
The first thing I looked at when I got here was this. This would be the dirtiest spot.
Oh, up
this
there?
little ledge here.
Yeah.
But I don't know how I would do that. Unless I got on top of this here.
Hold on, let me look. Yeah, you're not getting up there. You know what's funny is I know there's someone from the dev team watching. Like, yeah, we fucking crossed our T's and dotted our I's, bitch. Find something. Watch it get patched out. They love watching you two, going like, "What's this motherfucker gonna do? What do we gotta fix now?"
Yeah, what's getting fixed?
Yeah. And dipshit Devin and all of his little audience people finding every little thing that we fucked up.
Dude, you could definitely get on top of this building, like for a fact. I know that for a fact. I was thinking like, so the extract's down here, right? What if you just laid up on top of this building here? Because like we know how we can get up there. You just laid up there with a grenade. You wouldn't even have to peek over the building. Someone goes into extract, you just chuck a grenade down the stairs and they just die.
I've thought about that with there was I think it was basement descent that once you're on your way down there, just a grenade will clear you out. There's nowhere to run.
Yeah, that's great.
I don't think there's a conceivable way to get out of it. This is a kind of good spot. You just see them when they're coming in, but you have a kind of a limited range.
Stay there, stay there.
Okay. Like I can shoot you right here for sure.
Dude, if you didn't have a bright blue hat on.
All right, I got a damn bald spot I've been trying to cover up. I got hair plugs and I'm ashamed. I didn't want you to see the. I got a really bad set of hair plugs. I cheaped out on it, and it just is like looks like rows of dots with hair sticking out of them. I love early hair plugs, man. They're funny looking.
You wanna try to boost me up here again, real quick?
Yeah, let's do it.
We'll try one more time.
There we go. Lower just a little bit like that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean higher strength would definitely help this quite a bit.
You know what? Wait, hold on. Before you do the side jump. Oh, you fucking fell.
I already fell off.
Yeah.
I'm an idiot. Sorry.
Let's see. What about? No. Wait. No.
This is totally doable.
You think that's doable to get up there? Yeah, but you're still like sticking out pretty bad when you. Hold on, let me.
Yeah, when they come in.
Yeah. Walk in, it's just like there's a guy right there. Like it's, he is
There's
like at least
not much hiding there.
At least on top of that building, you have a little sign to hide behind, like it's Red Dead, and you're on top of those
If you
saloons.
can get on this.
Oh, that would be horrific. Yeah.
That, and then I'm saying you jump to this ledge if this ledge is solid.
What if you lay
walk that
behind
ledge
this
and get on
orange
top of that.
thing? I'd never see this shit coming. You got
Not as
kind of.
bad.
This thing has to be bulletproof, right? Little
Oh, yeah,
orange thing. That would eat up at least like 5-6 of the bullets.
You?
Yeah. I honestly think just like one person on either side.
Yeah.
would, just step out.
Wait, I'm gonna try something real quick. Can you lay down?
Mounting me.
Yeah. I'll move forward a bit.
You keep like pushing me around a little bit.
Yeah, I know. Moving forward a tiny bit more. Yeah.
The little overhang next to the van. Yeah, that's the one I was looking at earlier.
Oh, I think I can crouch jump that. Oh. I don't understand. God damn it. Alright, give me uno momento.
Yo, Devin, if you were gay, would you be a bottom or a top?
I don't know. Just assume top. But
Yeah.
what does it matter? I'm straight. I'm a top. So what?
I don't know.
Wouldn't that
My
just
chat
transfer
asked me. My chat asked me like, "Hey Sam, if you were gay, were you bottom or top?" But like, I'd just relay it.
I figured it just transfers over.
Yeah. Oh, so you're the top in your heterosexual relationship? Wow. Conformist. This guy is normal. Doesn't even get topped by his girl all the time. What a loser. Yeah, there's not really... it's weird how they gave you plenty of camping spots, but camping spots that are easy to check. On top of the truck, I mean... You can at least line it up so just your head and your gun's poking up. But it's still rough. But it's like the perfect distance where if you have like an ACOG or something, like just some medium distance scope, like you have such an advantage.
Yeah, you're killing someone there.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Especially if you do this whole thing. Is it like the side lean? Oh my god, you kidding me? Oh my god.
I think I can get this for sure.
you were adamant.
No, I know. I
know
I
can
think
do it.
Get it. I can do it. This would be a nasty spot, Sam, I'm telling you. Can you lay down again?
Yeah, where at?
Here again. Because I can get on top of this.
Look, I found a rig on the floor.
Did you... Okay. Why? Okay, I'm gonna jump on top of this real quick.
Do I try back up?
Someone's coming.
Where?
Outside, I hear him to the left.
I'm gonna run across. Whew.
Multiple. They're in that food place we were in.
Okay. Is this a good spot? I have the light all over me. I don't know if I got one.
You might want to run somewhere to where they can't see you.
I'm running up. Hello?
You kill him?
I think I crumpled one.
Nice. The other one I kept running straight past.
No, they were both in there.
Oh.
They're both in the whole thing. Hold on. Let me throw a grenade. Psych. Don't have one, but I'm putting my blue hat back on. Blue hat stays on.
Oh, he's duking it out.
Yeah, he's getting hit by scavs. Ooh. You were there,
See what
dude.
I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Fuck. That's alright. I'm thinking like if I can't get on top of that, crouch jumping on top of this would be hilarious.
He has a Mosin, dude. I want that thing.
You want it?
Yeah. I don't have a Mosin. That's like the equalizer in this game. That's the infield
No,
of
it
this
is.
game, you know?
It's that and the KS-23 are the great equalizers.
Yeah. I love like the DLSS like blur you get when you run. It's great looking.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, like move around.
Oh wait, sorry, I was tabbed out.
Yeah, there's like a little bit of.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
It's like trailing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's down there to the left. I don't know where the guy is, but that's where the dude's body is. So.
I'm checking something real quick. Uno momento.
Listening. Yeah, should I turn off DLSS? Like, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I have mine on.
Do you?
I think so.
I thought it was like a good thing, but I don't know anything about computer tech. I'm not like a tech guy.
I don't know shit about computers.
Yeah.
I am trying something.
It looks bad in Tarkov. I'll be the judge of that. Let's see. Graphics. Let's check the difference here. DLSS, I'm going to turn it off.
Ready for this, Sam?
Doesn't feel any smoother or anything. What's up?
You ready for this?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, fuck, hold on. Stage fright. Fuck.
Break your legs?
No.
No? What the hell?
Oh shit! That's an enemy. I thought that was you.
No, I'm still to the right here. Where's he at?
He's holding the right side.
Oh! He just got shot. Oh, do you drop him? Alright.
Yeah.
I'm sneaking up and I'm getting...
I have a broken leg and I'm bleeding. I gotta grab my rig.
Homeless was his name. And he had the Great Mosin.
Great Mosin.
And he had... I have to take the blue hat off in order to put the headphones on, but... Wait, are you walking up on me?
I'm healing right now. I walked up to heal.
Okay.
Gotta fix my leg. Got blacked it.
I could have swore like a scav took that guy out. God damn it. Just give me this guy's backpack. LPS? Screws? Amelia? AA batteries? This guy was rich!
Let me see this guy.
Out of my way! I gotta get the fuck out of here!
I gotta go!
I gotta go! I got a flashlight on this pistol!
This guy was level 7.
Woo!
Mosin.
Big boys, level 7? Are you kidding me?
Isn't this Mosin?
No, I already got one.
Oh, okay. This guy had so much PS ammo. Awesome. Oh, M62. Nice.
Pretty good run, honestly.
I mean, that's solid money for me. I'll take it. I didn't even check this guy's bag yet.
Can we exit together? Or? This
Yeah,
isn't even an exit for us, I don't think.
Wait, really?
Probably not. We spawned right fucking next to it. Courtyard.
It's like I think it's a conditional exit.
Oh, it's exiting. Yeah, yeah. You want to take it?
Yeah, let me check this real quick.
Look at us. Couple guys exiting.
2 guys exiting the raid. Coming. Let's do it.
Nice. See, all I had to do was play with Devin. Good to get out. Yeah. Oh, hey, Poob. I heard you were napping. Are you finally awake? Poob's in my chat.
You woke up?
Mm-hmm. He slept for 14 hours. What'd you do to him? Jesus.
Shooting for no chance. 14 hours.
Yeah, that doesn't seem
Bed
right.
at like 4 a.m. or so.
Yeah, that's not even 12 hours. If you went to bed at 4 a.m. I'm joking. Hey, Poob, you have your hot toys, right? Check out my hot toy. Oh, wait, you can't see it because of the fucking green screen. It's just handsome Squidward, and it was like $12.
What? That's sick.
He's doing his majestic fall. There you go. He's pretty badass.
Got a car battery out of that raid. That was big.
You know what? I got a headshot on a guy, and I think that might be one of the first players I've killed, and I've been streaming this for like 6 goddamn hours. I'm perfectly happy.
That's perfect.
Let's run it back. Same thing. Round 2.
All right. I'm down. I might put my rig away. I don't think I need the armor.
Yeah, I don't think we need the armor either. I think we should get the armor off the enemies we kill.
I agree.
Yeah.
Gonna eat and drink real quick. I think I'm gonna bring just 10 round mags for this AK.
Damn. Do you have a problem with like you get out of raid and loading up the main menu just takes like forever? Yeah, my game basically freezes for like 45 seconds.
Settings you want to fuck with. I can run you through what mine are if you want, but I don't know if you got like specific ones for recording and whatnot. Meh.
Oh, people say it's a memory leak on Streets. You should restart your game every hour or so.
The game hard crashed my PC yesterday when I was streaming.
People are advising a restart after 5 or 6 raids. Here, I'm gonna set up my little dude. Should I go in with a backpack? Nah, I'm going backpackless. Save that for
I
next
level
time.
15. I didn't even know I had a daily to extract through Courtyard. I didn't even know.
Really?
That was awesome. Yeah, I just got 4K XP for that.
I didn't know there was dailies in this game. What the hell? Oh yeah, there is. Yeah. They have those little ambient quests.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Awesome.
All right. I'm gonna stick it with the P.A.C.A.
Yeah.
Go out with the AK again. Probably should bring some ammo. I chucked all that away. And we can load up and I can go upstairs and try to find something once again to munch on.
Got me dying of laughter.
Dude, we should have Die of Laughter merch. I think that'd be a fucking awesome idea. Oh, sorry. I hot mic all the time. I'm sorry.
You're good. I don't care. I am ready to go on Streets.
Wait. Food.
Yeah, I brought food and water.
And are we going back to the same area or?
I mean, if it's open, I wouldn't mind going back there.
Yeah.
It seems
We
like
know
free
it.
Money.
Stick with what you know. Stick with what you know. All right. And I'm gonna insure my little headset because those are kind of important. So, what prompted you to get the Omid Live name?
Because I heard him talking in Discord on Wipe Day. We were all in Discord together waiting. He goes, "I'm gonna make my name Omid with a 0," and then I loaded up and made my name Omid Live with a 0.
Oh damn!
And it's like partially because if I made my name like Exfil Camper or whatever, I get stream sniped early wipe. And it's just not fun.
Yeah.
And I just have people going to a Meech chat all mad if I camp them and stuff, and I can be like way worse of a person. It's not tied to my name. Betray people.
Oh, yo, Poob. Wait, hold on. Let me find the. I have a different poll for this. Here we go. Poob, who do you think would win between me and Wubby in a boxing match? We ran the poll last time, and it was basically even 50-50. just want to see what he thinks in the chat.
Sam, if Abby was a really dumb, like super dumb snail with eczema, would you still love her?
If my wife was super dumb and a snail, would I still love her? No. Wait, wait, hold on. Oh, yes! Poop voted for me, yes! Poop thinks I could beat Wubby. Yep, that's what's up. All right. Hey, Poop, don't worry. On the 5th, 6th of the month, you're going to be getting that paycheck just like we always work out every month, you know? I'm not going to hold it for a couple days and nothing. You getting that thing on time just because of that one vote. Wait, who is it? I think it was Swift. I've been like paying to be my hype man. And so like anytime I say like a dumb joke, he like laughs extra hard in like groups on Discord.
Jesus Christ.
And if someone like starts shitting on me, he's just like, "Hey, don't fucking talk shit about it. What's wrong with you?" He just jumps in angry immediately.
Oh my God. Oh, now look at that. I brought up Poob's opinion. Poob has the sway of the people. I brought up what Poob had voted, and now all of a sudden Sam's in the lead. It's a 58% versus 41%. Insane. Maybe I should find like a homeless man in town that's about the same dimensions as Wubby and just show the people that I'm capable of it, you know? Sort of a lot more grit than Wubby, though.
That's true. Homeless people, yeah, they're goddamn salt of the earth. They've been rolling around in the soil for so long.
Oh. This is an extract, right?
Yeah, it is.
We just camp this? Where do people extract here?
I don't know.
Do you know?
No, I have no idea.
I don't know.
Let me look. Let's see. We're at the collapsed crane. It's behind here. It's a place called Sewer. It's this which way. But it's more of a scav extract than anything. Wait, where are you at?
Boost me up here.
Oh, about to get up on the crane? Let's do it.
Yeah, do you think you're good?
I don't see why not. Why not go up this? I think you can already kind of run up it.
You can try it. One's pulling up. I'm not here. Thought they were.
Wait, go to the other side, I think. The other side.
Go to the other side? Let me try this one.
I mean, I think you can definitely get up there from here. Oh, fuck. The hell was that? You stomped too hard on top of my head. You killed me. You broke my damn neck.
Killed him. Fucker came out of nowhere with a shotgun just shooting.
Oh, he's an actual dude, too.
Yeah, like an actual player.
He was silent. I didn't even hear him running up.
I didn't hear him at all.
Yeah, with a shotgun?
God damn it.
Come on.
Butt naked with a shotgun.
Yeah.
Like nothing else. That's crazy.
Yeah, the queue was longer than the raid. That sucks.
I'll grab your gun. You got your gun in your rig because I don't have a bank robber on.
I don't know why, but I have a feeling Sam's got hands more than anyone thinks. I would think you would be absolutely appalled at how poor I could fight. I've won every fight I've been in, though, but all my fights have been against my brother, and that doesn't really count. Have you ever been in fights, Devin? You don't seem like a fighty guy. How'd it go? Did you win?
I did.
Did it feel good?
I don't really care. It was more of like I had to fight someone.
It wasn't like a, yes, like I feel like God now.
No,
No.
I don't think so.
I'm definitely the like I grab the closest thing as a weapon type guy. I've realized all the fights I've been in with my brother, like it's always me like grabbing something and beating him with it. I got in trouble for taking a roller skate off and beating a kid with it.
What
when I was
the
a kid.
fuck?
And then they actually no, I had one on too, and I was stomping with the other roller skate. Imagine getting stomped on with a roller skate. Ah, all those wheels and shit. That would be horrific. I was really young. That doesn't count.
Just go to level 19.
Yeah. Damn, dude.
All right, I need help getting out of here.
What's your exits?
Damaged house, sewer, river, Primorsky Ave, taxi, and courtyard.
Sewer? Isn't that right next to where you are?
Is it?
Yeah.
I ran down the road. Maybe I turn around.
Wait, sewer's a scav exit. You don't have sewer. Don't lie to me. Is it sewer river or sewer?
Sewer
truth.
river.
Okay. It's all the way down on the other side of the map from you.
Okay, what about damaged house?
Damaged house. How is it?
Let me pull up this map.
Dude, everything is on the other side of the world from me. You need to go to the cinema area. Which is like,
Oh, that is so crap.
yeah,
Okay.
you're like a fucking 10-minute run.
No, don't say that. It's not 10 minutes.
It's a 15,
Are
25
there any
minute.
street signs here that tell me where the fuck I am?
Call a goddamn Uber. It'd be faster to drive there.
Oh, I'm lagging. I'm lagging. What is this? I get like insane packet loss and I
Oh.
can't move.
I can share links to my own Twitch chat, right?
Yeah.
Here you go. Here's the map, guys. Anybody that wants it, I'm gonna spam it a couple times. That one's a keeper right there. I guess I could pin it too. Here, I'll pin the message. What do you mean that does not work? That link work, and there's another guy that's like, oh, that works fine. Yeah, so you're dumb as shit. Sorry, didn't mean to hot mic, but I feel like you don't get onto your chat as much as you should. So I just wanted to, I wanted to hot mic so that they know there is someone here that's willing to call them on their bullshit.
I'm dead anyways.
What? How'd you die?
Scab just literally aggroed and I died instantly.
What? By the way,
Straight to the thorax.
am I crazy or did they go like, oh yeah, like Streets is gonna be like 64 players or something like that?
This is gonna be like 40, I thought.
Yeah, this map is
20
like,
would be good. Now it's 15 to 17.
yeah, it's 15 to 17, and the map is like the size of like half of Interchange, basically, is what it feels like.
I need to get a kit. You want a scav?
Dude, I would be up for a scav.
I'd be so down.
I'm so goddamn famished. I need something to.
Yeah, I need some money.
I need something to munch on. I need munchy.
Need munchy.
Last time I did a drop stream, Abby kept coming in here with like little handmade little fucking, here's the little stromboli I put together.
Oh my god, that sounds
And
good.
this time, nothing, dude. Honeymoon phase is over. She has no interest in feeding me little morsels that she puts together. I have to go up there and find some goddamn old licorice or something in the cabinet. Where are we going? You want to do Streets again? You want to scav Streets? You want to scav Reserve? You want to scav...
I was gonna scav streets and learn
Let's
the
do
map
it.
a bit.
Yeah, let's do the map then. Yeah, I had pizza a few hours ago, but I eat a lot. And I'm just sitting here on my ass streaming so that I'm hungry again.
Oh, I got a different map. Apparently is like way more accurate.
Okay, dude. I give you a gift and then you immediately...
Well, someone said in
Yeah,
chat.
send me that one if you can. But does it have like the isometric perspective? Because that really
No,
is what sells
it's
it.
just the top down.
Can't do it. Need the isometric.
Can't do that.
Nope. Does it say the names like Pinewood Hotel and stuff? Because that's important. Okay, wait, hold on. I got another riveting poll here. Let's see. We ended on almost 60% of people think I can whoop Wubby's ass. Insane.
Pretty good. And what
That's
does
pretty
Wubby's
good.
chat think?
Shut up. Don't ask them. They don't know. They don't know nothing. I did a what's the best Toy Story one. Oh, okay, yeah. Let's see.
I think it should be Sam versus Wubby and you versus Peanut. Have you seen the size difference between me and Peanut?
Yeah, Peanut's a
That
great
is-
guy, but Devin would fucking tear his head off his
I don't
shoulders.
think that's fair. Like,
And Devin
no
had-
disrespect.
Devin doesn't have the hate either. Like he doesn't.
I don't know.
I don't care how mad Peanut gets. I feel like Devin could just squish him. Anyways, I put up a poll for Goth Hooters or Femboy IHOP. I'll be right back. We'll see how this goes. Oh fuck!
I need help.
Where you at?
Oh.
Evan?
Players can just killed me for no reason. I don't know why. I'm outside. If you go to the right of that room, outside to the right, there's like a big semi truck.
Yeah.
And in the street. He's out there.
Yeah, I'm looking at him, I think.
Yeah, he just killed me. It was a like a black mask on and blue armor.
Oh, I see Santa. Hey, Santa.
Yeah, Santa was also right there.
Santa doesn't shoot back?
Santa doesn't shoot at you.
No, I mean, like, if, you know... Oh, this guy died. Never mind, I'm sorry. No, he didn't.
Died.
No, he didn't. He just killed you and ran, and the Santa did nothing to stop it.
Shit.
Yeah. Santa, you fucking scumbag. I'm gonna kill him, I swear to God. Oh, he gave me, what did he give me? Cowboy hat? Access key card? Alright, I'm just gonna run for the exit.
You're good.
Should take me 2.5 seconds.
Keep up the grind. Taught Beanie how to become a rat.
Wait, did you say this guy had like a... Oh, you said player scav, right?
Yeah.
Okay. He's looting my kill.
Bam! Got off!
Alright, let's see. Where the hell am I? Basement descent, entrance to catacombs. I'm in the middle of it all.
Сука, ёбнули нашу!
You see that live action thing that Battlestate made?
Which thing?
I don't know. It was like right when the wipe came out. They were like, here's like some live action thing with Blue Car in it.
No, I didn't see that.
The guy that they got to play Blue Car looks funny as hell. It takes any and all sense of badassery out of the character. It's just some weird looking motherfucker with like a weird like painted on hairline to look like Blue Car.
Painted on hairline.
Yeah, this is a strange looking dude. Alright, I should be at the exit unless something horrible happens. I'll be back to you in no time.
I'm just chucking shit on the flea. Take your time.
Oh my god, yeah, catacombs is... There's like so many ways to camp that. And I'm in luck, by the way. I went upstairs and I found a Lindor truffle. Which, that's kind of a... That's a slam
nice.
dunk, yeah.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
What were the name of those little pies again that you were eating?
Edward's cream pie.
Edward's cream pies.
Dude, that thing is so fucking good.
My second favorite type of cream pie. Those are awesome.
They are awesome.
Am I eating cock? What the hell are you talking about? No, I'm eating a goddamn Lindor
Did you
truffle.
get out of raid by chance or no?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll meet you in there.
I did a fucking play-by-play of me leaving. You don't listen to me.
I was too hung up.
You
on
hate me.
Unlocking the flea market.
Oh, okay. Oh, did you actually get it unlocked?
Yeah.
What level is it again?
15.
Didn't they up it to 20 and then go back down to 15? Or am I
Yeah,
crazy?
dude, when it was 20, that was brutal.
Yeah, that the beginning of that wipe felt like a slog. It was so insane though that like as soon as it like the average player base got to 20, the game just immediately went to tier 6 armor, full ass armor pin, bullets in every raid. Like that wipe went from like the primitive mode to just late stage.
Yeah,
real
very
quick.
I am in lobby.
I'm doing that thing where my game's frozen for a couple seconds.
That's a fun thing to do.
Mm-hmm. In the meantime, I can't update you that overwhelming majority of people like goth Hooters.
Wait, what one?
Over Finboy IHOP.
Goth Hooters sounds better.
Yeah, you're not gonna go eat at Finboy IHOP?
No, that's my speed. I think I prefer Goth Hooters.
Yeah. MILF Denny's. Should I restart the game now? Do you think?
Wouldn't be a bad bet.
I didn't get out with a vest or nothing. Here we go. What kind of bullets are these? PP? Oh yeah. All right, I'm gonna quickly do a little restart. It'll take like 2 seconds.
Okay, I'm waiting in lobby.
Yeah.
Have you seen the new boss on Lighthouse?
No, I have not.
Dude, it's crazy.
What's the spawn chance?
100%.
100%? Where's he at?
On the Lighthouse. He spawns with a 338 Lapua bolt action with a Reaper on it and has 2 guards with him as well.
Huh.
But he is very strong.
Okay, I'm coming. Streets. Living.
Nice.
The
Here's
guards
the
are
thing.
cultists, apparently.
Yeah.
I got basically your loadout from last game, I think. Isn't that what you went in with?
Yep.
Yep.
That was my AK.
Don't you have to go past all the claymores to get to them, or no? Is what some guy asked.
Yeah, you have to like learn the route to get across the bridge. Apparently it's a set amount of like claymores or something, and you have to like learn how to get around them.
Oh wait, the bridge that used to be able to just blitz across is now guarded?
Yes, it's
Okay.
now guarded.
What about
As
to
soon as
the
you step on that
left-hand
bridge, you
side?
get shot at. Well, the thing is, you're also taking shots from the guards the entire time.
And you couldn't shoot from like a distance?
You might be able to. I don't know. I haven't tried.
Because I remember, I mean, we could hit people that were in the buildings and stuff from like that big sniper
Yeah.
rock. Not the big one, but the one that's closer to the shore. On the left, if you're looking down the bridge.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we could try it if you want.
That does sound neat. One guy's still caught up in it, talking about a completely different thing. All chat's talking about is a goddamn lighthouse guard, and then one guy's just like, "I think Finboy IHOP slept on personally. Like, you guys don't know what you're missing." I don't mean to drag it back up, but Finboy IHOP, there's something to that.
We're going over this way too quickly.
Have you guys stopped and reconsidered? Oh, yeah, sub 2-minute queue. We are streamers, and they give us streamer priority.
People always say that, but I'm like 150% sure it's just because we're in a group.
No, streamer priority.
Yeah, or streamers, yeah.
This guy's like, oh, fuck Wubby, you should fight Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde would tear my fucking head off my shoulders.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's like not even a comparable. It's like Bruce Lee should fight like Mike Tyson. It's like Mike Tyson would fucking destroy him. He'd tear him limb from limb. I think Sam Hyde is like, he's got like 3 inches on me. He's easily got 50 pounds on me. I would think. He's a big fucking dude. He would tear me up.
Huge.
Yeah. Looks like Shrek. Shrek with a little Dutch boy's haircut. I'm not fucking with that guy.
Yo, appreciate all the content you've been putting out recently. Listen to like 60k minutes of Forehead Fables this year. Can't wait for your next video.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, if I was a concealed carry guy and I got into a fight with Sam Hyde, I would still be scared. Before he even threw the punch, I would draw. I would draw my gun.
Oh my
I fear for my life. That guy's in the same room with me. I would just open fire on him when he walked in. The guy's a fucking freak. He's funny though. I think he's just better viewed through a screen. You know, I can't imagine knowing that guy in real life. Yeah, 9mm is not enough. You would have to have like a blunderbuss or something to take that guy out. That guy, I feel like he would be like Boris the Blade. You'd shoot him like 5 or 6 times. He'd still get up.
I'm so hungry.
Oh, those little baby-sized Snickers and those other things I got, they kind of tided me over a little bit.
Yeah,
Although I could
like,
really go for a PP, but I think it's too late now. No, it's not. Damn, while I was gone, I was only peeing for like 20 seconds.
We just got in. We're
Okay.
chilling.
You know what we need to play again? I had a blast playing Dread Hunger. Do you remember playing that?
I love that game. That was funny as hell.
Yeah. I mean, playing the game with like randos sucks, but if you play it with just people you know, it's awesome.
The game I liked a lot was
Friday the 13th?
No.
You didn't care for that? That shit was fun.
I liked Friday the 13th, but I liked First Class Trouble the most.
Oh, that dude. I forgot. I forgot you even
That game
played
was a
that.
heater.
Yeah, that game was
That
awesome.
game was an absolute heater.
I have a lot of hours on that game. I got like 70 something hours on that game.
Oh my god.
Yeah. We played it nonstop.
Courtyard is again. I want to go back there. Oh, it's this way, right?
Woo!
Shit,
Sniper
fuck.
scav, dude, get out of there. I don't think we're supposed to be on this
hiding.
road.
No, we're fine, right?
Can I run it, do you think?
Okay,
Fuck, there's a guy looking at me. Yeah, I gotta run it. I'm coming.
I'm getting destroyed. What's going on? I'm getting fucked up.
I think there's
lost
a...
my leg.
Yeah.
I don't think we went the right way.
Yeah.
I think we're right.
I don't have a rear sight. Oh shit, I don't.
Yeah, you don't need the rear sight on that. That's why I took it off.
Mm.
It's still accurate. Just a better sight picture.
There's definitely a guy coming up behind us, and I turned around, and I just see him doing like this, like leaning, looking at me. I just ran for it.
You surely won't look down here, right?
Yeah. You need a green flare to walk down the street. Okay. See, chat's helping us out. We need a green flare. Do you have one?
Let me pull that out of my asshole.
Oh my god, thank god. I didn't think you would have one, but apparently you have one stuffed up your asshole. And you don't want to be... And you're a top, you said? If you were gay, you were a top? And goth Hooters? Okay. Alright. But the green flare up the ass. Yeah, we're going up here. Then we're gonna turn this way, and then we're gonna go inside this.
Okay. Jesus Christ. Just cracked past me.
Look around for, you know, like, lead X's.
Items. Oh. Wasn't expecting that.
Oh, here's a way out. Look at that.
I mean, toolbox.
Wait a second. I know where this is. Let me consult my map.
Consult the map.
Where's the road that we were just getting shot at? Is that where in front of Pinewood Hotel?
I don't know. You're asking the wrong
I think
dude.
anything northeast of Pinewood Hotel you get shot at.
I guess there's one to the right. Where's this playground at on your map?
I don't see the playground. I do hear somebody else running. Let's get inside.
I'm gonna loot this first before I do anything.
This guy's insane.
Let's loot it. Can we go inside here? Oh, damn. Cool. Oh, there's a staircase I'm going up.
All the way up to the roof, to the sky. Wait, look how big these hallways are. You know there's something good in one of these rooms. Never mind.
Gotta be something good here.
I'm in that room next to you. So
Okay.
I don't gun down.
Oh, out of here.
Mayonnaise. I have mayonnaise.
Oak flakes.
That's a nice little entertainment center. This is the gamer room. I took off like anti-aliasing and stuff.
Yeah. I just make your game look like shit.
Apparently, the chat is very upset about the lack of anti-aliasing. They're just like,
You have to have that on.
you have to have it on. Yeah, that's what they. You sound like
you
them.
do.
You don't.
Dude, I can't look at that screen without it on. It looks miserable to me. I'm gonna go down a floor.
You're a miserable person for not being able to look at a screen that doesn't
It
have.
just looks better with anti. Like, if I want to sit here and play the game, I'd rather have anti-aliasing on.
What do you say? He said TAA. There we go. There. Oh, that does look a lot better. Okay, you guys win this one.
Turn noise on though. Noise is good. That's a good setting.
I love noise.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
I had DLSS, like, I had that shit, like on, and it was like, oh, and I had anti-aliasing off, and then I just cranked noise up to like 2, double the original allotted amount of noise. And I was getting some serious complaints from people yesterday, and I don't understand why. I thought it looked great. A little bit crispy, yeah, but great.
Where did we go now?
Huh? Okay, wait. Let's sit in here for a second. Just come inside and we'll look at the map. Okay, so we spawned, I think, near Basement Descent and the Pinewood Hotel.
Are we in Concordia right now?
We're currently in...
I think we're in the Concordia apartment.
Where's that at?
We're next to evacuation zone, right? No.
No, I think we're like northeast of that. Like, what is this?
Oh, Basement Descent. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're like, press the cafe and the idea store.
I think so.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Do you hear someone?
Someone's moving.
Yeah, someone above us.
We just wait.
What, for him to come in here?
No. I mean, we can push him. I'm just trying to figure out where we're heading.
Oh, yeah. You wanted to go to the courtyard. So that means we have to
Yeah,
cross
that's where I
the
wanted to head.
entirety of the map.
Yeah, so maybe we go to Sewer River. Do we have those in extract?
That's not any, like, the same
It's not
distance.
extract. Fuck.
What's our extracts?
Courtyard, damaged house, evacuation zone. Where's evacuation zone?
That's, we can make that.
Let's do that.
I have to go to the grocery store.
Okay. I totally know how to do that.
Guy right there. Dead.
That was a fire.
Oh, guy in this building. I saw you close that door, dumbass. Open it up.
Wait, General.
Come on out.
Hey, bro.
Hey, what's up?
Come in. We got this place locked down.
Oh, are you guys friendly?
No.
Sure.
Neither are we. Come on out. Come on out and get a taste.
You want to open the door? Get in down.
I want your fucking tag, bro.
Open the door.
All right. Ready?
Yeah. Not peeking.
They check the
Can they go
windows.
upstairs there?
Yeah.
I'm looking at the top window.
He's right here, looking above me at the windows. I'm to the left of the door. Huh?
How's it going up there?
Hey.
Why don't you come on in? You've got food, enough to go around.
Well, now I'm kind of fucked, dude. This guy's like pinned me up against the goddamn wall.
There
you go.
One's to the right. I don't really get out of that window. Give me 1 sec. I see you on the wall, right?
No? Oh, yeah. Hiding around the corner.
Ran away. Make some noise at the front again. Missed him.
Hey, didn't. Yeah.
Oh, I hit him once.
Oh!
Okay.
Oh!
Very.
I can kind of jump up there and like aim in a little bit. Where are you at? Pick this thing up.
I'm behind this like building over here.
I'm gonna jump it. Okay.
Oh, that's good. Oh. What gun did that guy have? I gotta get rid of this 100.
Like a SKS. I'm hacking. Come to this window.
Don't die.
I wouldn't.
Come on.
Even
Keep the
dream.
win.
There's so many windows they can be in.
Come on in, guy.
I love that. Holy shit. Is that you?
No. Come on out, bitch. Come on.
I'll never come out. We've got food. We've got enough stores to last. You know, this is a siege, brother. Okay.
Oh shit, I don't have a lot of food. Yeah. Yeah, throw out some of your food so we can have a fair fight. Come on.
We are not having a fucking fair fight. If you think I'm gonna put myself in a fair fight, you're fucking retarded.
You guys aren't happy.
There's one that ran all the way down the length of the building. There's a door over here too. Another exit.
No, you can't open it. I tried. Okay, you can see me from a window.
Did he get
I
you?
can't really see. No, I'm just hurt.
Okay. Yeah, he shot from this
fine.
window over here.
Yeah, I couldn't see that window.
Oh, Sam, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, hi. I have this fucking stream open, dude.
Oh, that's so boring.
What?
So he's got your stream open.
Ah.
That's so
Oh,
boring.
big. Oh, don't be that guy. Close it. Come on. No screen peeks. This guy's screen peeking. All right, I'm running the way we came because that's the only safe way out of this. Screen peekers. We're leaving. Screen peekers.
Commits to that. What a stinky loser.
Yeah, and that's coming from the guy that sits in the goddamn corner all day. That's stinky.
That's so stinky, bro.
Reek. All right, hold on.
Yeah.
Wait, we can't go back in here. This place is a dead end, remember? Run.
Good. Out. Yeah. I don't want to lose my gear. I'm gonna open your stream. Make sure I don't lose my default SKS.
We take a.
We just try to make as much space as possible.
This is where I think we got our asses destroyed rocket going across the street. Yeah, this is where we got shot.
Someone to my left here.
I'm in the store behind you. Milk. Oh.
Someone talking.
Sam, tell us about
See that guy
Chick-fil-A
talking?
dwarf houses.
Yeah,
I'm
come back
over
in
6
this
feet tall,
building.
So I was never allowed into them.
This guy real quick.
Hello.
I think there's someone checking filing cabinets in the end of this building.
He's pushing me.
Where's he at? Yeah, come on in. Get in here. I think there's someone in here too. But...
You inspire me to be a better dad, Sam, and a better rat.
Yeah, I hear. You hear the guy turn? Oh, there he is.
Is he above us?
No, in this window.
He's running.
Oh my god, into this hall. Yeah, a lot of people into the hall.
You okay?
Got shot. fuck, and there's people coming up behind us too.
Okay, we gotta
We're
get out of
fucked.
here. Let's scram. Let's scram. Come this way. Come across the road.
Oh, that's dangerous. I like
No,
it.
come on.
It's like a group of 2 at the end of the hallway, and then there was people coming up behind us, like the way we came in. So I think it's that team stream sniping. They're fighting each other.
Oh, good.
Eat shit!
Good.
Eat shit,
Eat
fucking
shit,
losers!
We're gone.
Yeah. Hell yeah! Listen to it rain. Hell yeah. Fuck those guys. I'm gonna drink some soda about it. Oh yeah. Do you need drink or anything?
No, I'm good. I'm gonna drink my.
Okay.
All right, I need 7.62 PS ammo. I need 7.62 ammo.
Yeah, I had
Yeah, I
lettuce
got a
bring
runner.
me some. No?
Got a runner. Over
Where at?
here. This way.
Oh, they fucking broke my arm. Do you have anything for arms?
Yeah.
Like a splint?
That's fracture?
Yeah. Okay. Early enough and wipe, I'm sure you want that back.
I definitely do. I'm down bad.
Yeah.
All right, how do we get the fuck out of here? I don't
It's
wanna deal with these
multiples.
people.
Yeah, you hear 'em? They're out on gravel now. All right, you ready? Hold still. They're coming.
Getting a better angle.
Wait, they got my fucking stream open. I can't get that angle. Damn it. I've been sitting there too long. Move down.
On the bus.
So that's where they are in front of you?
Yeah, someone's on the bus. I just killed one of the stream snipers.
Okay. I'm shooting the guy at the bus.
Guy's still in the hotel. Killed one. Get shit on.
I know,
idiot.
right? Is the other one inside?
Yeah, I think so.
The green area? And then one's around the corner
One
of the
ran
building?
around the bend, yeah.
I'm gonna do a dangerous run.
You're gonna stream sniper get shit on like that. That's crazy. See you.
Where are those runners at? I hear them too. I hear 'em. Oh, no, there he is. It's far side, yeah. He's by like that big fucking construction light, but
Okay.
like beyond it. There's also a guy in that building. Scav in that building. He's outside now.
Scab's dead.
Dude, I don't like us getting chased like this.
Yeah, no, this sucks.
I don't like it when the pressure's being applied. I like applying the pressure.
I don't like getting hunted.
Yeah.
Turn up the music louder. I can almost hear your game.
Oh shit, is the music too loud? I'm sorry.
Checking this real quick. I think this guy's PS. Am I lagging? What's going on? Can you cover me for like a couple seconds?
Where you at?
I'm laying down on a body.
Are you where we dropped that guy?
I'm to your right. Right.
Okay.
So let's grab.
Oh, there's a Mosin guy down here too.
Yeah, that's the guy I killed. That was one of the stream snipers. That was the guy you were fighting in the window.
You want to go loot him?
Not really.
No, I bet you he's safe. Ready?
The other guys to our right still. I just heard him shoot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shooting?
Yeah, yeah.
That's one of them.
Yeah, go for the loot on that guy. Oh my god, they're coming. Do the loot on that guy.
I'm getting pushed. I'm getting pushed. I'm getting pushed. It's laying down. Oh my god.
Are you dead?
No, no, no. Down here down.
All right, I'm running, dude. There's multiple people in that building.
No, stay here, stay here.
Stay.
I need you to hold my back.
They're pushing through the building that I was just in.
Hold the door.
They're all in there. I see the flashlights. I'm freaking out. I just got no cover, man. I got nothing to. Got one.
Nice. That's me. It's me.
Oh, sorry. How'd you get inside? What?
I jumped around. I'm
What, you like phased through a wall?
There's a side door.
Okay, side door. Like you're like goddamn X-Men or something. You're like, I became Brick for a minute. Went through the wall.
Was that the guy I was thinking of? It is. Good shit, Sam.
Oh, was that Silence guy?
Yeah, fuck that guy. That
What'd he
guy was the
have?
worst.
M4? Silence? Damn, Daniel!
I'm gonna fix my arm real quick.
I wasn't even quiet about it. Oh, shit.
I think that might be them. Like, all dead?
No, I just heard someone go, get easy.
Yeah, that was a scab.
You know where he's at?
Probably in that building somewhere. I don't know. Oh, I just gotta heal up. Be careful.
Me?
Yeah, careful. I'm, like, dangerously low on ammo. Their stream open and still can't win the fight. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah, they were stream sniping. They couldn't. Damn, dude. Come on. And by me, too.
Like,
That's the most pathetic part. Dude, getting killed by me? Damn!
Damn, that's crazy.
Dude, that's rough. You want this M4 for the time being?
No, I'm good. I'm gonna loot this guy.
I hear it. Oh, yeah, watch out. He's shooting from behind. Behind.
Oh.
Ooh, he got you right in the fucking leg.
It's dead.
Is your leg broken?
No.
What? I saw the bullet do a through and
I
through.
didn't even do like any damage. Is that a player? No. Just a scab. Yeah.
There's another one in here. Yep, I saw his silhouette. Uh-oh.
What do you mean, uh-oh?
Gun's jammed or something. I might be out of ammo. I don't know. There we go. Oh, is it? Wait.
Another one. One more. You can peek it.
Alright, yeah. I'm gonna close this door behind us.
Did you kill it?
No, there's no way. Imagine being that bad. I would have to give up on this game. Yeah. Oh, I didn't have any armor on for any of that fight either. I just lucked out of not getting
my
shot.
God. You want to back off and go loot those guys still? I think I had a full bag on him.
Which guy?
The guy we killed outside of the building there.
How many scavs are in there?
I'm just moving away from it.
You left me in here. I'm
I
stuck.
closed it because I thought you were still looting.
I hear more footsteps. This has been probably one of the more fun fights I've had, for sure.
I'm gonna get her in. These guys were loaded. Damn, you're stream something with this gear? You suck. Just leave the raid, man.
Wait, can they get up top and look at us through the windows? There's no way. Maybe. I'm gonna have to eat some of my humpback here in a second.
his name? Get this guy's tag.
This guy's name was TNF.
The other guy was named Sorry something. Damn. Yeah, that's fucking sorry.
Thursday Night Football, is that what TNF stands for?
I think so, yeah.
I can't get the Triton rig. I got the 45 round drums or 45 round mags. Oh, this guy had a Mosin? Damn!
Yeah.
Wait a second. I have to get this.
You're good. I'm just running around looking for stuff.
Oh, I can't, can I? Shit! I guess I'm stuck with these two guns. Where you at?
I'm like right behind you. There you're running.
Yeah.
Get your way out of here. I got no ammo.
First we have to loot this bag.
There's nothing in there.
Okay. Then we're gonna go... Oh my god, this is the worst. Don't ever walk off that patio. You cannot get back up. Woo! You can jump right through those bushes though. Incredible. Like a dead scientist or something? I thought that guy was like really ripped,
Yeah.
like huge
This looks like a
abs.
scientist? Gas analyzer on here for you.
See, he is a scientist. He's analyzing gas. Is that in his little,
Yeah, just searching. Head scientist.
I don't know. He looked like he was wearing like a lab coat or something from a distance. Like covered in blood.
You got any idea where we are now?
Okay, wait. Let's lay out here for a second. Pinewood Hotel. Okay, we're at the corner of Coral and Conch. Wait, what are we looking for? We're looking for
An extract.
An extract. Damaged house. Evacuation zone. Evac zone. Oh my god. Oh, we're on the inside of this. Do you have like sewer river or anything?
Let me check. No.
Fuck.
Damage house or evac zone. We're on the back side of the Pinewood Hotel right now.
I don't even see damaged house.
I see it. It's past Seward.
Oh, we're
So
closest
we gotta
to that.
go out to the road, take a left and then a right.
Yeah. This road over here, right?
Yeah, we take a left on this road and then a right on the long road. Oh.
He's just mad at you. Ooh, damn, son, he weaved him in between us.
Gotta die, bro. Holy shit.
Oh, yep, I'm dying too.
What's up with that?
He's hit my lungs. I've heard that, you know, not official information. I've heard some people saying that scavs are extra cracked.
No, yeah, they are. They are.
Okay. I didn't know if it was just because, you know, all of a sudden you're degraded in gear quality, so of course you're going to think they're fucking cracked.
These guys are crazy right now.
You know what? I'm going to put the gas in here, my gamma, even though it doesn't matter if I get out with it alive. Or dead. Are you dead? Oh.
No. Oh my god, you thought I was...
Well, I got up and you were laying weird. Damn, son, calm down! He's straight ahead, like this which way, yeah. Ready to stand up, we're just gonna unload on him.
I'm gonna stand up and go behind that train. Or whatever this is. I don't see it.
It?
I don't see him.
I would
Better.
slob on Sam's knob.
Oh wait, hold on. Ghost. 42069. Never mind, that's a dude.
I don't see anything. Oh, I see it. I need to go loot it. It has,
Him. Loot him.
Loot him. I gotta
Yeah.
loot him.
I'm just trying to correct your grammar before we end up having artificial intelligence and you call them it all the time and then they get mad at you and kill you.
Yeah, it could happen.
I'm trying to save you.
Now have ammo.
You said that mockingly. That could happen. as if AI isn't generating the best goddamn art you've ever
Could
seen.
happen. Like it could happen.
Yeah, it could.
Yeah, I'm not saying that in like a mocking
Consider
way.
when you use Siri or Amazon Echo thing. That's one I have. I don't want to say her name. Do you treat them nicely, or do you just go like, "Shut up"?
I don't really use them, to be honest.
Oh,
In all
really?
seriousness, I just don't. I don't know why.
Hmm.
Like, I don't think I've ever used Siri on my phone.
Sometimes I'll do it if I have my hands full.
Mm-hmm.
You know, got my balls in one hand, my dick in the other. I go, "Hey Siri,
Yeah,
pull up some fat fucking Finboy Hooters bitches or whatever." Whatever the fuck chat was going on about. Finboy IHOP. I let AI decide which tattoos I get. Oh, that's horrible.
That's bad.
To have like, just be like, oh, I could see someone doing that too. Just like a whim, on the whim thing. Just like, hey, generate me a tattoo real quick. See if these have anything in them. No, these have been looted.
6 months of pleasure and pain.
You're kind of going the right way.
My push to mute button is also my VoIP button, so like when people sub and stuff, I'm just like doing little bows, I guess, because I I can't verbally say
We're
without
right by
hot mic.
Courtyard.
Well, now we are.
Did we go the wrong way?
No, I mean if you want damaged house, it's back here, right?
Where?
'Cause
Oh,
we-
this is where.
Let's go.
Is this where Catacombs is?
No.
No, it is. It is. This is where Catacombs is. Because watch, I'll show you the tree I was getting in.
Oh yeah, it's all the way at the end here. How'd we fuck that up? Oh, okay. I haven't been able to find damaged house. If we actually could exit that, that would be awesome. Is this still the
Alright, let's
Stream
go.
Snipers raid? Yeah. Me and Devin work together like an oiled machine.
Going well. Yeah, basically you can get in that tree right there with the little dumpster thing.
Do you know where the damaged house is?
No, I think it's down this way. It should be. I'm looking at the map.
Right at the corner, it looks like.
Yeah, it should be on the left. Oh, I know what this looks like. I know where it is.
Oh, this place.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I've never seen this like this couldn't be an extract.
What, do you just like climb up it or something?
Maybe just go into it.
I bet you it's like right here. Something boring.
No, it's upstairs in there.
What?
Getting out. Nice. Good raid.
Very good. Oh, hello, Omid. How are you? Omid, do you have drops after 5 or whatever? At 8? Sam carrying the team once again. When will Devin pull his weight?
Who said that?
Some guy in my chat. They're saying it mockingly because I fucking I never get any kills or anything.
You got a kill there. You did work. You saved me.
I got 2 kills actually. Apparently I got a
Maybe
bear.
you killed that one person in the beginning. That we saw like walking backwards. Remember right before we ran into the people that were stream sniping?
Yeah. I thought you got him. Oh. Yeah, that other guy was a pure accident though. That was my
awesome.
You know, in like war movies where like the main character, he's like, oh, he's always a rookie and he gets his first kill and then he looks shocked like, I took a life. That was me after that kill. You were like, you did good, and I'm like, what the hell?
What the hell I do?
I'm gonna need therapy now. Would you ever do therapy? Like in your
Yeah,
actual.
if I had a reason to go, yeah.
Yeah. You ever just think like, what if you just go, just see what they because what if you go in
Like,
and
I
they
just
and
uncover things I don't need to uncover.
I was about to say, like, I feel like I'm pretty functioning. Like, I don't want to.
Like going to a doctor when you're like not sick.
Yeah,
you know?
I don't want to mess with any of this up here.
Like,
I think my
why
mind's
fuck
working
with
all
it?
right. Well, not all right, but you know, it's passable. It's
doing all right.
Yeah, it's crisp when it wants to be. But sometimes the mind sucks a little bit. But
yeah.
wait, I realized I just asked you for a splint. I had my own aluminum splint.
Yeah,
5
someone in
out
my
of
chat
5.
said that. Someone was like, Sam asked you for a splint, but he has one. I was like, I don't care. Splint use.
Some guy tattled on me? Was that one of mine? One of my people came into your chat and tattled on me? Whoever that is, fucking someone hunt that guy down. We're gonna flog him in front of everybody. Tattle on me. I got my fucking eye out for you, whoever that was.
That's good. I need to eat and then I'm good to go.
Yeah, I'm these have been, it sucks. It's like near the end of the day, that's when like the best runs are happening. This morning I was getting it, like got straight up demoralizing. Like I've never seen thousands of people in chat and like it's just quiet, like crickets. Like people are just like, damn, like this is embarrassing.
That's
he's quiet. It's fucking this. Whew.
Oh man.
I remember when I was a kid, my grandfather had a friend that had polio, but it wasn't like really bad polio. It was like he had like the leg braces, like Forrest Gump type polio. And he fell down the stairs at a beach house we were at. And people went to go help him up. They were like, oh my God, Mr. Rogers, are you all right? And he was just like, nobody touch me. Nobody touch me. Because he's like, I need to pick myself up or else I become reliant on people. And we had to sit, it was like a room with like 20 people in it. Everybody had to sit awkwardly quiet while this guy with polio tried getting up off the floor with metal legs.
Man.
And it was like, it felt like that when I was getting my ass whooped and like the chat was dead silent. I felt like I was in that room again with this fucking polio guy trying to stand up.
That's so bad.
Yeah, I think about people like that from my youth that were like old when I was a kid. And I'm like, dude, that guy has to be gone by now. That's a sad feeling.
Good, very tough turn. Maybe you do want to go to therapy. I don't know.
Yeah, me, yeah. Miss my grandpa.
Do you want to scab or PMC?
Let's do PMC, dude. We're
All right,
killing
let's do
it.
We're cooking.
Yeah. I want to get any and all positive survival rates. Hold on, I just want to go back and see how much you've affected my survival rate.
We've only played one.
20% now.
2.
20% because of you.
Successful raids, right? We
Yeah.
had 2 good PMC raids.
That brought me up, dude.
Hell yeah.
I'm now just pathetic, but before it
Get
was
to
like
a quarter, it'll somewhat passable.
yeah.
I'm ready to roll when you are. I'm in lobby. Just invite me.
Poop as poop.
I'm just sitting here. I'm in like the streets of Tarkov, and I hit like. Hold on. Am I an idiot? Did I fuck up here? Oh wait. Hold on, I can't go in yet. I'm sorry. I didn't feed and water my guy. What am I thinking?
Yeah, you gotta do that. That's important.
Can you eat thermite? No. That's silly. But what if? Are you bringing food?
I just brought a water ration.
Nice. How much does a water ration fill up?
Enough.
Cool. Yeah, I'm bringing 10 out of 60 in my water ration. And maybe...
Oh, no, I have, like, the emergency water ration.
Oh, the little Capri Sun?
Yeah.
I'm going to bring a Slickers
those give you
and
energy and water.
one little tiny amount of water. Okay, so I was really confident that I knew where the hell we were going. And then we got lost real bad at the end there.
Oh, we figured it out.
We did.
We got out. Do
So-
that again.
Yeah. Oh, this time you guys showed up. All right.
Tommy_calzone cheered. X500. Hey fat ass, did you redeem your Christmas gift?
Yes, I got the Christmas gift. Isn't the Christmas gift the AUG? Isn't that it?
The AUG and the ammo crate, yeah.
Yeah, I got the ammo crate and everything. Back crack. There we go. Oh shit! I got chocolate covered espresso beans.
Oh, that sounds so nice.
Yeah, they're good.
You have so many good snacks, man. What is this?
I live in a household with kids, dude. That's what it is.
What kid's eating chocolate covered espresso beans?
Okay, maybe not that. I live in a house with a woman. How about that? She's motherly, dude. She's always got little snacks, little finger foods. I bet you if I called her up and said, "Hey, can I get some ants on a log down here?" she would make them, bring them to me. Actually, she wouldn't, because I hear the kids upstairs. She'd be like, "Fuck you! I'm watching the kids right now. You can go suck your own dick. Playing that stupid game. I hate you."
Fucking game.
Yeah.
Fucking game.
Oh, what are you doing? Walking around some Russian place shooting people? Lame. And then she'll hang up the phone, feel justified, and go watch HGTV for 7 hours, and think she's in the right. Look, we're both wasting our time. All right, I just choose to do it in a different way. I told Poob this, I think, in like a podcast or something, but you want to hear pampered, dude? You want to hear what my mornings have been like?
Let's hear it.
So, this is why it pays to live with a woman, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
She gets up, all my work, like really recording wise, like I edit all day, and then my recording stuff usually happens between like 9 and 12 p.m. because it's after the kids go to bed. And that's when like all my friends are up, right?
Yeah.
So I always play at like 9. Because it, like, if I asked you, like, "Hey, dude, can we like record something at like 9 a.m. or something?" Like, that's 2 hours into my workday. You'd be like, "Fuck your mother! I'm not getting up at 9 a.m." And if you do get up, you're gonna be like, "Oh," like super out of it.
Yeah.
And so I wake up. She's already taken the kids to daycare, and I hop in the shower where she has put a fresh, like, it's like a bunch of these eucalyptus branches that she is like twined together into some sort of like broom, and she like hangs it over the shower head. And so like the steam activates the eucalyptus and you smell eucalyptus while you're in the shower. And then about the time I'm in the shower, she comes home with a latte from like this coffee shop down the road.
No.
And so I drink my latte in the shower, bathed in eucalyptus. And I emerge from the shower completely refreshed. It's like the best way to wake up. It's so, and I feel like,
and get on the computer for 12 hours.
I feel like such a pampered bitch to just like sit there with my little latte with eucalyptus and stuff. Yeah, women rock though. They, you know, everybody makes fun of that shit.
Heard of
but
something like that. I've never even heard of that. Sounds like it's probably fantastic.
it's awesome. Dudes make fun of oil diffusers and shit, but when you got one in your room,
Eucalyptus is extremely toxic when ingested.
I'm not eating it. I'm not cramming it up my asshole.
Yeah.
I'm just smelling
Smelling it.
Yeah. She also got me a stress relief eucalyptus and spearmint candle that I've been burning at my desk. Keeps these raids from being real stressful.
These eucalyptus candies that I can eat.
Yeah. Those are toxic. Those are hella toxic. I'm going to light this up because I'm getting a little bit stressed with how much we're winning. I know there has to be a downturn in the future at some point. Sam's living the life. Yeah. What's that Age of Empires little voice line? It's good to be king.
I haven't heard that one. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's an awesome one. I found this not like I guess it's not like data mining or anything like that, but somebody has like a all the voice lines from the game. I downloaded like a pack of all of them, and I've been using
Tarkov or Age of Empires?
Age of Empires.
Oh, okay.
And I've been using the Don't point that thing at me. That one. I've been using that one for years, dude. I love that one.
There's some really good ones in that.
Yeah. Ah, I'm being rushed. That one's always good. If I ever make like any of this stuff into a video, I could definitely like the first half of it's just rubber banding. And there's a great voice line that's like, sure, blame it on your ISP. Like,
Dude, that one's so good. That one is so good.
That one almost needs to just be like a button on my Go XLR.
What do you have on your buttons right now?
A song. Yeah.
Jesus, dude, we've been matching for 6 minutes.
Yeah. This is I feel like maybe we should talk shit about it.
Once you talk shit about it, you usually get in.
Yeah.
I hate this fucking game. I hate these long queue times. I want to kill someone.
I was streaming earlier. A bunch of people came into chat and said, Sam, you're on BSG's live thing. Like, you're live on BSG.
Oh, no.
Immediately went into political. Immediately. I was like, all right, guys, abortion. What do you think? Like, you for that stuff? Or... And they were like, they're gone. They're instantly gone. Like, the second we started listing off every, like, hot button issue.
That's so good. That's really good.
Dude, let's get the fuck out of here. They left. Oh, man. Looks like BSG stole Bear Grylls' likeness for their newest arena promo. Let me see.
Arena promo.
Yeah. Let's see. Would that be under... Would that be under Escape from Tarkov or from the Battle State? Let's see.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's under Escape from Tarkov Arena and then Battle State.
Yeah, it kind of looks like him, but like more Chad.
Yeah.
Like Bear Grylls definitely has like a little bit of like poshness to him that this guy doesn't have.
Yeah, this guy doesn't have that.
Oh my god, I'm freaking out, dude. I just opened up Twitter knowing full well what's on my homepage. If I fucking refresh
You
that,
opened it on stream?
Yeah, I opened it on stream.
That's crazy.
To show that shit, and I know that
That's like such a gamble.
And there's no like Twitch isn't gonna defend that. Like, you know, if I like like if my nuts fall out the bottom of my shorts or something, I'd be like, it was an accident. But like pulling up Twitter and there's that fucking freak doing all that crazy shit with his asshole.
I think Omid opened up Twitter on stream one day and he was watching like this COD montage, and then in the middle of it was just some girl getting
oh yeah.
Like in the middle of the montage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's
So bad.
Who was making those? It wasn't Swift making those. Someone in the Discord was making them, where it was like these insanely high edited like COD montages, but like the transitioning scenes between clips would be like dudes fucking rimming each other's asses and stuff. It was so like bad. Insanely vulgar. Oh.
That's so bad.
Wow, 9 minutes.
I don't know. This might be a restart.
Yeah. At what point do we cry and give up?
Do you think we alt F4 real quick?
Would that work?
Back out? I think we can just back out. I'm gonna hit back.
Same.
See what happens.
We here at Long John Silver's are excited to see you collaborate with our biggest brand ambassador, Phil Cramper. His favorite meal is the fried shrimps with our special sauce, some hush puppies, and he can't skip the cake. He even got lettuce to try it.
Wait, what was that? Long John Silver's? Are you a fan of Long John Silver's?
No.
Someone's like, Expo Camper's favorite thing is like Long John Silver's or something.
No,
like
I hate it. I talk shit about it all the time because there's no way they should be in business.
Where do they get their business from? Have you ever seen a car
saying.
in the parking lot of a Long John
That's
Silver's?
what I'm saying.
It has to be a money
my
laundering
entire
scheme.
thing. That's what I've said.
If I was like an underground like hip hop artist or something like that, I would have a concert at a Long John Silver's. I'd be like, everybody meet up, Long John Silver's. We're gonna bring the house down. Long John would be like, hell yeah, dude. You guys ordering meals or anything? I'll get soft drinks.
Horrendous.
Yeah, it's pretty gross.
All right, I think I gotta restart my game. I'm stuck on like the spinning wheel.
You know what? Copycat, because I already Alt F4'd.
Did you really?
Yeah. Oh wait.
Well, let me know if that fixes it.
God, I'm like terrified. I just need to close Twitter because it's like it's on the other monitor and it's freaking me the fuck out. It's just sitting over there.
It doesn't even say Escape from Tarkov's a service on my computer right now. Like it's not even running.
Hmm.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, dude, it's tax season in like a couple days.
I can't wait.
You ready?
Mm-hmm. So ready.
I can tell it's gonna happen again. What happens every year with Poob and Brian? Because I think they just like, I think they just get the check and then they just go like, oh sweet, and they just add it to like, because they both have like regular jobs, right? Well, I guess Poob has like streaming.
Yeah, stream and then yeah.
And so they I think they just like take it and just spend it like it's like, oh, it's like side money. And then at the end of the year, I get messages from both of them. Wait, you paid me how much again? Like, I don't believe this shit. I'm gonna need proof. I don't believe this fucking document you sent me. And I have to like I round up all the goddamn statements and shit, and I send it to them. They're like, God damn, fuck. I should have set aside more money. I didn't think it was gonna be that much. That stuff sneaks up on you, you know.
I think Poob got more on top of his taxes after the past 2 years. But I hope he has.
Well, once you get
first year was bad.
Yeah, once you get scared enough.
Yeah.
I remember there's this guy, I forget his name. He used to make League videos. He was friends with Donkey, but I forget his name. Sky Williams, maybe? He was like, I am in debt to the IRS like $40,000. Like I am like, they are coming after me hard.
That fucking sucks.
Yeah.
I'm stuck on leaving game.
Same.
I think we shouldn't have Alt F4'd.
No. That was good. That was a good move for us. Oh. What happened to Sky? I brought up Sky Williams and everybody's just like, man, he got canceled hard.
Wait, what did he do?
I don't know.
I remember him when I was in like sophomore year of high school.
Yeah.
I knew about him.
He's a gay black man. He should be able to get away with murder. It's hard to get canceled as a gay black dude, I feel like. Silence. He was crazy AF, apparently.
He had a pedo roommate? Oh. But did he know?
Yeah. Being a pedo roommate is not...
It's like if you had a pedo roommate and you didn't know he was a pedo and then it like came out that he happened to be one and he gets like in trouble for it. I mean...
Hey, loading profile data.
Yeah, I'm back out now.
Yeah.
Like that's not your fault if you just happen to... I feel like...
Oh, he had a stream house, and they apparently some bad stuff happened on premises, which he was guilty by association.
Oh, okay.
No. Okay, you ready to try this again?
Yeah, I'm in here.
All right. Screets.
Yes, sir.
I think we waited long enough. We now have a different time. Yeah, we both went to the earlier time. It definitely, we were loading at like 15 o'clock last time. All right, let's try this again.
So was he the pedo or his roommate was the pedo?
Apparently he had a house of unsupervised kids, basically. Like a lot of the people in the streamer house were young.
Like younger?
He didn't live there and he just kind of let them go nuts.
I don't.
That sucks.
All the kids were like under 18 that he like housed.
Who knows, man?
That's pretty odd.
Oh, he was getting them drunk and shit before they were legally able to drink.
Weird.
Yeah, I would never have a streamer house just because, like, I get enough hate for having my Discord.
Never go well.
And it's like my Discord, I just made the thing and then I advertised it. And now there's so many people in there that don't even know who the fuck I am. But like
Discord?
Yeah, like it's not like my audience.
It's my
as much
daughter's
anymore.
birthday today.
It's just like
unfortunately for her,
people that go
you're
there
streaming today
because it's like I guess like a biggish Discord, and it has kind of like a decent ongoing community in it, and that's not like me centric, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But then, so they're like doing their own thing in there, and I think people think that I just lord over it and look at it all the time. I never go in the general chat in there, really, and it's. Like I'll go in there and like talk to my friends if they're up in like some room somewhere, but like I don't know what the hell's going on in there.
Discord is like the fallback 4chan.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. And so people are like, "Well, Sam, like I mean, it's your name on it. I should really change the name. It should just be like 5chan or something." just change the name.
Not General Sam's Discord.
Take my fucking name off of it because like something bad's gonna happen on there, and then they're gonna be like, whose name is it? No, Poop has his own Discord, and it's an actual community around Poop. Like it's very Poop centric. Yeah, I'll put it. I'm gonna put it as someone I don't like, an enemy of mine. It's like whoever's pissed me off right when I get in trouble. I'll be like, I don't know why it's his name's on it, but just put somebody else's name on it. I should make a private server for just my folks. No, that's what Devin's server's for. I love going. Devin's server's great, dude. He's got like 4 or 5 rooms up at the top, and like, there's not a single bad person in there. It's great.
It's curated.
Yeah, very curated. It's good. I haven't like met a single person in there. Like even the people that have like fake ongoing feuds with like Josh Creed. Like Josh is great. Like I have nothing against Josh.
Fake.
Yeah.
Poop was telling me he has a fake ongoing feud with him as well. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's funny.
It's just because he's like an annoying little bitch, and I fucking hate his guts. That's why. No, he's just whenever I get like the most bullshit death happen to me in a game, it's usually
a long
him.
time ago that you opened from mail time.
We think very alike, so I could see that.
This guy's like, can Sam read? He has never read chat. I fucking like when I'm looking this way, my eyes are glued to it. I've been staring at it for 20 goddamn minutes. Chad has been shaping this conversation for 20 minutes, and this guy's like, does Sam even read it?
What the heck? Your streamer doesn't even
Yo, guess where we are, dude?
Where?
Pop out this window.
Oh, badass, but it's not up. Fuck.
Oh wait, it's not even available?
The extract's not up.
What the heck?
See if we can find a place to camp this little house.
Supplenuggets cheered. X500. All I do in Xfill's Discord is post pictures of food and browse. The support lives on channel.
Now. There's one to my right. The other side of this building.
Yeah, scav.
You can go in here. No. That's not a scout.
You sure?
Right in front of us here. Not a scout.
Are they up above?
Fuck, I hope not. They are.
He's up.
Oh, you killed him. You shit on him. Oh my god, you're an animal.
I'm a good more. I'm a good more. Was there another one?
Yeah.
Got him.
You got him?
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on? You said.
Yeah, what's going on?
This guy was juiced.
Oh, both of them were. Damn, Daniel.
You got both of them.
Damn! Witness me! Witness me! I need chrome spray paint for whenever I do something badass. Damn.
Yeah, and I tanked a headshot. I did my part.
Yeah. I'm just throwing everything I have on the ground. And even my balaclava that has my sweat and tears in it, I'm replacing it with his clean one. Xbox, clip
Are
that.
they above us? And the guy peeks over and just instantly shoots me in the head.
I don't know if I want to get rid of the badass gun that it's that AK that you lost on the scav run. Like, this thing's been treating me
That was a
right.
good one?
Yeah.
Oh, the Scavic?
Yeah, the one with the big banana clip.
This guy had like a nice looking VPO.
Most
here. You might wanna
consistent
take a look
streamer
at.
around.
Stop.
No. You take his gun.
I don't want it. I have a good gun.
We'll put it on your back.
Okay.
Oh, and he had water? Hell yes.
Whoa. That's not a name.
Ooh. Alright, I'm coming up. Woo! Got anything extra on him?
No, I just had an AK. 6 FMJ rounds.
Here you go, buddy.
I'm good.
Oh, no. Some guy was just like, rotate those fucking grenades, Sam. They're all messed up. The guy had hit R on him and turned him sideways. I personally like him like that a little bit. This music is just not fitting for the amount of ass that was just kicked.
What music?
5 months a slave.
I have like...
Playing music because
Yeah.
of the victory?
No, there's just like some music I have playing in the
Oh,
background.
okay.
I got like the Spotify thing.
Gotcha.
Pack a mag real quick.
Good kills. Holy crap.
Yeah, I contributed. I feel like that was I feel like I did something.
I think
Wait.
we could, if you want, go camp the sewer river in the catacombs.
I can put this 45 rounder on here. Oh yeah.
Make our way to, what's it called after? Make our way to underpass after that.
Okay. Yeah, my starting mags for both, if I get into a firefight, for both my guns are these big 45ers.
Beautiful.
Should I have this thing on single shot, you think? Or should I?
What do you
Full
use?
auto.
AK? I would keep it on
RPK?
single. Oh, RPK full auto that bitch.
This is
It's a
RPK,
monster,
right?
Full auto. Yeah, it was. Go way down here. Yeah.
People are shitting on my on the ammo. It's nothing but like US and PS rounds. It's like real bad shit.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, it's early, dude.
Early white man.
Ain't nobody got guns.
Use whatever you got. Holy. I'm thinking we camp up here. What do you think?
Yeah. Sounds good.
I'm on the other side of this building here.
People are calling the US rounds ultra shit rounds.
I think it's pretty good. They like
wait.
lower your recoil a fuck ton. Are you talking the 7.62?
No.
Oh.
I thought that like orange light from that second story was someone's flashlight. That scared the hell out of me.
I'm gonna drop my bag here.
Are you getting up in the tree?
Yeah.
Let me get up in the back of this car. Just so I can look again at all my goodies. Aw, gee whiz.
What do you think?
Oh yeah, nobody's seeing that.
You
Oh.
don't think so?
Yeah. Yeah, look. Hold on. I'll simulate a man walking.
Okay.
Alright. Where is Devin? Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, there's no way.
No chance?
No chance.
I love that.
Ooh, damn. Winston's, peas, aquamarine.
Those are good.
We got everything we need, dude. We're good.
Oh, we're chilling.
Yeah. Plus the food we brought in. Crackers. I got 2 cans of peas, 2 packs of Winston's, some sugar, aquamarine, bottle of water. Yeah, we're doing
Give me
good.
A little
Slickers?
Can of peas, you know.
Yeah, I got you. And you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and hide the aquamarine right here. Sugar down here. Hell yeah. You did take that gun and put it on your back, right?
Yeah.
They should, yeah, they should let you smoke cigarettes. What's up with that? You can drink the quest items.
I feel like a painkiller effect or something. Appetite suppression.
Appetite suppression. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
That's good, yeah. Because people,
like,
yeah, when
when
people
you're
stop
hungry for a little
smoking, they get all fat.
Yeah, because you have to do something to counter it.
Yeah.
Your habitual.
Your oral
mouth
fixation.
movement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We get Abby addicted to cigarettes, and I'll be like, all right, well, you can either eat or you can suck my penis. Those are your two. Maybe it might work. I don't think it will, probably. I think she'd just probably eat a lot of food. That's my strategy, is to get more blowjobs. Somebody workshop that. Somebody run a simulation through Chat GPT, see if it'll work.
Are you looking down the street?
Should I be?
I think that would give all of our bases covered, right? If you look down that way.
Which way?
Give a
Towards the
scope.
way we came?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll look the way we came.
And then I'll just cover in front of us. We literally hold down this entire street. That's pretty cool. Ask Sam if he still has the coyote piss.
No, that stuff reeked. You kidding me? No, it was just like in the pile of mail, and we picked it up the second it came into the house and said, this smells like coyote piss. Open it up, it said coyote piss, and then we put it in the garbage. Oh, I'm moving. I'm gonna see if any of these buildings on the left are openable so I can look out a window or something.
Window, yeah, that'd be great.
I think this one is.
Maybe we can do a different trade. I'm gonna help you try to find one of those.
Nah, you stay there. You stay there.
Okay.
Wait a second. I found filing cabinets. Gotta hit these real quick.
Of course.
These are important. Duct tape. Did I do a chemical analysis to confirm it was coyote piss? No, it just smelled really bad, and then on the side of the jug, it had a sticker that said coyote piss. That was my big giveaway, or my dead giveaway that it was coyote piss. I mean, I'm not going to question it. If a jar says coyote piss and it reeks really bad, and I look it up and they say coyote piss is known for how potent it smells, I'm just going to put 2 and 2 together and hope it is. Oh, I found a diary. Is that good? Why not? It's worth money.
Diaries are great. Yeah, it's good money.
You can't know unless it passes the taste test. What? There's a staircase that goes up. I might be able to get Overwatch from a window.
That'd be great. I think this is where a lot of scavs will end up trying to leave. You know, and then we can wrap our way out. I'm looking at the map. We go from here, we take the street, take a right, and then we go to underpass.
Why am I really hurt? Did I get shot?
I don't know.
I never healed up.
Oh.
This is the worst chat I've ever had in my life. Didn't even tell me to heal up. Usually they scream at people.
Yeah,
I've seen them screaming at Aqua. Usually he'll get shot once and just try to loot a backpack and then be like, heal?
You're missing 10k worth of rubles if you don't pick that item up and rotate it the other way.
Yeah.
And swap backpacks and then switch the rig and then put the rig in this backpack. You're missing out on 20k.
There's a way to get up in this building from behind, apparently. It's weird. Oh, a horse statue. Nice. Ram? On sticks of ram? No, never mind. Wait, that is ram. Is ram worth anything?
7k, I think.
That's
good trader.
I mean, 7k early on is like a huge percentage of my net worth, but in the long term, not really worth. Why is there so many sticks of ram just laying on the ground? That means this is a tech spawn, right? Okay, wait. This is the second time today I've been in this place where I found a gas analyzer on the floor. This might be like the gas analyzer spawn.
Yeah, dedicated gas analyzer spawn.
Abby sent me a message. She's like, here's your 40-minute warning. You have to be upstairs by 5.
Oh.
I said, here's your 2-second warning. You shut your goddamn mouth when you're talking to me. I didn't say that, but I thought it. You know, I was like, if I was a bigger man,
sure as hell thought it.
If I was a man that didn't like having sex ever again, I'd say that.
I love that beautiful head of yours.
The chat is mixed up between damn right and pussy. This is not exactly a they put windows in here, but they don't want you to have like Overwatch on the street, you know? They don't want you to just be able to like look down the entire road. Uh-oh, I hear her stomping. She's not gonna come in here and beat me up, is she? Is she watching this? Oh my God. Let me turn off the stream. Hey, should I get you some sprats? You feeling spratty?
I'll take them. You got extras.
Let me eat some crackers real
Won't
quick.
say no to food.
I wonder what we're having for dinner. I'm kind of excited, honestly.
That's what I'm having for dinner.
Having an Edwards cream pie?
No.
What's better, PRS or PS 545?
PRS.
Really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm sure PS is like one of the worst.
Oh, I also found a Kvass.
But that's really good.
Oh, apparently PS is better. And you are dumb.
Maybe I'm wrong. Oh well. I mean, they're all dog shit.
That's not words
You
from
know?
me. That's like, that's from chat.
Yeah.
And your head's big. Chat says. Dude, you guys need to go easy on him. Your head is huge.
Oh man.
PS or US, I wonder. Now we're getting into the nitty gritty.
PS over US.
I think US is the worst rounds in the game, right? Those things stink. You know, I'm gonna take it back. I shit all over this building last time. This building's got some loot if you take the time to open your eyeballs.
Yeah.
And
you
actually
really gotta,
like,
like,
look.
search.
Yeah.
But if you're looking for it, you'll find it.
Definitely some stuff in here. I've got a lot of food now. You know anybody that's got drops today?
Tommy_Calzone cheered. X500. Link the Spotify playlist PLZ. Also you're fat.
Well, you were about to get it, and then this guy's like, hey, could you give me the Spotify playlist, please? The text-to-speech pauses for a second and then continues his message. Plus, you're fat. Nah, not giving it to you. You go fuck your mother. All right,
Well,
I'm
let's
running down
do
the street.
that.
I'm coming to you.
Okay.
Trying to find like a crazy place I can lay up in or something. Like this Papa John's building. Here we go. Huh? What about this, Devin?
You turn around and look. Wait, that's awesome.
They stick out?
I mean, like, I can see you from here, but anyone coming from behind you is not going to see you.
Oh my god, let me out!
That's hilarious. Can you prone in there by chance, or no? Kind of like finagle it.
Hold on. If I prone first, then...
Wait, no, if you just prone like that.
Oh, damn it.
Oh
yeah, like, do it
prone,
like
I'll
the...
come close it.
Do it like the DC sniper? You want me to lay down on the back? Hold on. Oh, am I rubber banding?
Yeah, everything's lagging right now.
Okay. It will not let me. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
I don't know if that's gonna work, but we can just see what happens. Just opens it back up. Oh, I'm lagging.
What?
I'm lagging so hard.
Sure, blame it on your ISP.
Wait, you weren't prone.
Yeah, I can't like get prone again. It lit me. And then all of a sudden it decided I wasn't worthy. There we go. Let it rip.
If you stayed prone there, there's not a chance I see you. Oh my god. And can you crouch now?
Ooh.
Okay, do it again.
That's hard to do. It's like I have to like be looking a certain. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Yeah, you gotta look a little bit to the left so your legs go behind the pizza boxes to the right.
Now you stay in there now.
Okay.
And,
And when I
then
hear
it walks
something,
fast. Yeah, and then you crouch up when they walk past you.
boom. Yeah, just like the DC sniper. I'm the Marine guy, and you're the 15-year-old little boy assistant. Wait, I hear someone talking in VoIP.
What?
Yeah, the side of the road that we're on, like across those,
Yeah.
like in those buildings or behind those buildings.
You should talk. You should talk and bait them over here.
Hey,
Like, hey guys.
hey! Can you do the ending of that "Freak on a Leash" song by Korn?
I don't know that.
Do that into the mic.
What is that?
You go like a boom. I don't know, like what. No. It's basically like a more involved version of the ooh wah from Disturbed or Drowning Pool or whoever the fuck sings that. Oh, is the music really high? I have that shit off for me. There we go. I'll just turn
I'm
it off.
gonna walk down this road
I know, right?
and you just stand up and shoot him in the back. If I see someone coming this way, I'm not gonna shoot him. I'm gonna turn around this way though.
All right, this is badass. Is that you running?
I'm in the tree.
There's definitely a guy like right next to us.
Are you ready?
And you sure they can't see me?
Yeah, 100% sure.
Okay. Ooh, wah! Oh, oh. Oh, oh.
Gotta get him to like come over here and wonder what the fuck's going on.
Yeah, if I heard someone singing that stupid song, I would go, ooh, ah. Is that Disturbed or is that Drowning Pool? Who sings that stupid song? The hell? What the hell's my vape at? Oh, it's Disturbed? Okay.
Help me. Help me.
I think they walked away. Fuck.
Yeah. I think they came from the back end of that building, went in, and then walked back out.
Yeah. I can still hear him.
I was gonna say,
I always run down this road. Why is no one else running down this road?
yeah. Samuel, the gun sticks out. I think.
Doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't stick out.
No, not at all. I would have zero idea whatsoever that you are in the back of that van.
Can you
That
screen
is
cap
so-
it and send it to me so I can prove to these
Look
people?
at my stream right now.
I can. I have to pull it up. Yeah, all right.
Pull it up.
I'm pulling it up. Exfil camper. Here we go. All right, ready? This is his view of me. Can't see nothing back there. Nothing.
Nothing. Literally no idea.
Scope out for a second. See what it looks like from a distance.
It's like a regular old van.
Damn. That's busted.
That's so good.
Yeah.
I just think it'd be so funny that someone walks down this road and I like start talking to him or something, and you just pop out of the van and just light him up.
Let me make sure it's on full auto first before we start doing that. All right, there we go. Yeah, it's a pretty sick spot.
And
But
you can't see anything.
I'm fine with hearing.
Oh.
It's just, hold on. What time is it? We have 25 minutes left. Where's our extract? Scav,
It's not too
checkpoint, and
far.
underpass.
We're going underpass.
Okay. And we are at... Oh, we're at Sewer River, so we just need to, like, keep going past this spot.
Yeah, we take a left and then a right, and then we're there.
Okay. I mean, we'd probably hear it if someone was going to catacombs, right? You would.
Yeah, I would 100% see them as well. That's like, I was using the spot to camp catacombs.
Gotcha. See here. Wait, we have underpass? Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In subway. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Subway's the PMC extract right here as well.
Okay. Because Klimiv Street is one
That's
that
one
we
you need
have.
the flare for.
Yeah, but we ain't got no flare.
Yeah.
How do you get a flare?
Just find them.
Hmm.
I think there's a way you can like barter for them now. I don't know if I'm right about that or not.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it so quiet over here?
It is
I feel
awfully
like this
quiet.
one's always so bumping.
Well, people take the back way to the exits, and I feel like, I mean, if you know the exits, I feel like a lot of people are just dying
People
without
starting
exiting.
the exits. Yeah.
It's one of those things where I feel like camping is harder now than later in the way because
Yeah.
there's so many fixed routes that people have for maps. Like, you know where people are going to be coming and going on customs. They're not going to take some
shoreline or not. I know everything.
Yeah. But in this, like right now, people have no idea where the exits are, so they're just wandering in every direction.
Yeah. I can just shoot. I can shoot a bunch.
Go for it.
Use the other gun. Ain't no one assuming we're invading this early in life. That might do it.
Yeah. Oh, someone got a FN57. That's not really worth
Drop?
watching a stream for. Yeah, that's a pretty bad drop.
For 2.5 hours? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I miss the Kiba keys and the containers and stuff. I get that that's a little bit much. That breaks the economy.
Yeah, it kind of ruins early game.
Yeah. This is Billy
Someone
Idol. Oh yeah. Oh shit! Someone here.
You're a runner. You hear him?
No. Where at?
Coming. He's taking the bait.
Oh shit, that was bait? Fuck. I opened up my thing because I thought he was just there. On.
Oh! I'm getting leveled. What is that?
Where?
On the road. Getting lit up. What? Is it a scab?
Shit.
Getting shot from behind. I got him.
What the fuck is happening?
I'm so hurt, Sam.
Go inside that building.
I'm gonna stop my bleeds. I gotta heal my thorax before that guy kills me down the road.
Where's he shooting from?
Somewhere down there. Oh shit, Sam, you gotta get out of there.
Oh! It wasn't as good as I thought it was.
You weren't supposed to stand up.
I thought you were in trouble or something. I'm going in here upstairs.
I'm coming with.
Yeah, sorry, I heard the gunshots and I was just like, oh, he's like getting into the action. I wasn't gonna sit there with my face into the back of that car.
Bait him over.
There we go. If he walks in, it's game over. Oh, is this like a little marked area? Look at this. I bet you that's what that guy did. The dude that just ran in here. Like, I think he ran in, grabbed that off the thing, and then ran back out.
I wouldn't doubt that at all. Do you have any food? I'm gonna die of hunger very soon.
Yeah, man, what do you need? Want peas?
Anything. Oh, it's beautiful. Thank you.
There's also this circle here.
Yeah, no loot though. Are we gonna deal with that guy outside or no?
That's a great question. Oh shit, I'm low on food. I saved the good stuff for myself though. Sprats. Also, just to get my whatever up. What's that shit called? Metabolism. Yeah. you still upstairs? Because I'm just on the
No, I'm
steps.
downstairs.
Okay. Inside though, right? Yeah.
Yep.
All right, mine should be fine. It's now 4:40. Come on, let's boogie. Let's get out of here. Oh wait, hey, there's a little bottle of wine right here, vodka or something.
Alright, I'm moving.
Serpentine, serpentine.
Guy killed. Check him real quick.
Oh, get up! Get up! Get up! Up! Come on this way! Come!
No, my leg, my leg,
no, come
my
on!
leg.
There's two of them. Woo! Shot me in the face. Oh, wait! Behind us!
Be careful.
Huh, this is hairy. God damn!
Dead. God damn it. No.
Fuck. Damn it.
Oh yeah.
Damn, that guy came up behind us. That scared the shit out of me.
That was a PMC that got me.
Woo.
No.
That got me
Too
sweating.
much bait. Too much bait.
Yeah. Damn.
That got really intense out of nowhere.
It did.
I don't know how that guy saw me in the tree. I feel like that was an AI scav that shot me the first time.
Probably, yeah. I killed 2 bears. Oh, that was in the very beginning. I forgot that was the raid where we fucking wiped ass at the very
Fucked up
beginning.
some people there.
Yeah. Damn.
Alright, is that it for you?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. This guy
All
says
right.
Pestily would have killed him. Yeah, this is like,
No
that's the
shit,
only.
dude.
Yeah.
Probably. Landmark would have probably killed him too.
Yeah. I could list off a huge list of people that would have killed him, probably.
Yeah.
There was like 10, 15 seconds after I died, there was a person that goes like, man, I believe in you. You can do this. Like, way, they had too much delay.
Oh, man.
You got this, man. I believe in you. You have failed me every time today. Thank you for streaming. Wow. Thanks for the goddamn synopsis.
Hold on, we had some good raids. What's
Yeah, we
that
had some
about?
good ones. I showed you the car spot.
And we got the
We exit camped. That's
we had
honorable.
that one raid with the stream snipers. We killed them and got out.
Yep.
That was a good raid.
Yeah. All right, let's see here.
Gotta find someone with drops. Look at their Twitter. That's what I look at least.
I don't look at Twitter. I just look at the name of their thing, and it usually says like drops.
Oh yeah, that works too. Like if you go to their Twitter, you can find their like the drops list of people that have them.
Yeah. Lettuce is on, but does Lettuce have drops?
I'll check right now. Let's see.
Got drops Lettuce?
Let's take a look.
He says, I mean, he has it in the
30th, block
title,
2.
but
For the US, Landmark has drops, slot 2. Toast Rack has drops, Slush Puppy. People that I know. These are just people that I know that I recognize their names. Endra, Sequisha.
oh yeah, I forgot.
Aqua.
I'm so-
Aqua.
Yeah, but like none of these people are streaming right now. They're all waiting
Aqua's
for
not
the...
streaming yet?
No.
They're waiting till like 8 p.m.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to
No
pass. I'm
one's
gonna have to pass it on to somebody else to pass it on. Who has it right now? I guess Lettuce has it at like in drop in this current bracket that I'm in.
He does?
I don't know, unless he fucking fakered it.
Could be fakering it.
Yeah, I think he's faking it. I think he just has in his stream
He just
title
has
drops.
drops in his title. He's baiting.
Yeah, he's baiting. He's baiting
I
with
think
fake
Aqua's
drops.
Baiting. I think Lettuce is baiting.
Yeah. I could definitely. I'm not gonna give it to Pesley. That guy's like a goddamn multimillionaire. He's got 200,000 fucking viewers. Why would I give it to him? He should raid me. He should. I want to raid from him.
I think some man might have him.
Oh my god, dude.
No.
If someone raided you with 200,000, what would you do?
Shit my pants live on stream.
Really? Well, that would be pretty good. That would be pretty good. I was gonna say, yeah, I would do something horrific because I know I just have 200,000 people watching. You know.
Yeah, his drops tomorrow at 8 a.m. Never mind. All right, I don't know. You're on your own there.
Look, there's a guy. I got you this time, motherfucker. A guy left chat, remember, and tattled on me in your chat.
Yeah.
This fucking guy, Goonish Moose, went from my chat to Lettuce's and goes, Sam's talking shit. General Sam's talking shit right now.
Dude, Twitch is the worst with that. It's like telephone.
You know what? You're happy over there. I'm banning you in this one. Finding this guy. How do you ban people?
Click on their name.
He hasn't typed in my chat. Type in my chat. Speak up. Get your punishment. Yeah.
Oh, you could raid Wellen. Wellen's live.
I could raid Wellen.
Right?
Yeah. Let's see. Raid Wellen. /raid. It's not like Wellen Gaming or anything.
I think it's just WELYN.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for playing. I'm getting out of here.
Of course.
Later, man.
Later.
All right, guys. I guess I'm gonna raid Wellen. You guys know Wellen. He's Wellen. Thanks for stopping by. I know that you guys had prepared or hoped that I had like some elaborate theatrical stream or something like that, but I just didn't have the time. This fucking PC thing just blindsided me. So next time, don't worry. The thing that I had planned this time, I didn't want to half-ass it. And so I didn't have any I didn't have enough time to prepare for it. And I'm scrapping it entirely and pushing it back. Because I didn't want to just have a half-assed fucking exit or stream. I didn't want to half do the idea. So this one was just like a drop stream, just gaming. Probably make a video out of it or something. It was a fun time. I'll probably edit some bits to it though, for sure, because there was definitely not much going on. This is just like a normie fucking stream for like a normie streamer. But the next time should be next week, I would assume. And it'll have more of an idea behind it, I can assure you. But I also do have ending credits, if you guys are interested. I think it just broke. It just broke my stream.
One man is left.
There we go.
Alive.
These are all the subs and everything. Thank you guys for the bits. That's a long list of fucking credits. Jesus Christ. I think I could eat one of these guys. I could do it.
Freestyle is dope. I can freestyle all night long because I'm strong. My name is Guru. What's up? Suckers don't belong in my realm because I'm at the helm. I should always freestyle, but brothers always do. That's the way to get on. You have to make a fat demo tape. 3 of your best songs. Get the money. I don't care what you got to do. Well, don't murder or nothing like that to get the money. But I'm saying, get the money. Go in the studio and have.
This is a long list of people, dude. You guys went ham this time. Jesus Christ. These are subs. These are bit donations. These aren't follows or anything. This is like more than that.
See what I'm saying? Even or producers. So work it like that because if you put your eggs in one basket, you got less of a chance.
Anyways, love you guys. We're getting out of here. I'm gonna raid Wellen. I don't know when this is gonna end. I thought it was gonna be done in like 2 seconds. That's a lot of people. All right, later, guys. Say hi to Wellen for me. Wait, 4,000 people rating. 8,000? How many people were watching this? 10,000 people? What? I thought it was like 3,000 people were watching. Jesus Christ, 10,000 people? All right. Bye, guys.
But incredibly,
Love you guys. Bye.